Right now I can't get around without a walker and a wheelchair. It depends on how I verbally formulate that. I started out by saying, right now, did you notice that? I didn't notice it myself. That's part of the programming I'm giving. I'm not assuming this condition is permanent. I'm assuming this is a temporary condition, which, since it was cured once before, it can be cured again. I learned to walk twice. I can learn to walk a third time, and I'm doing better every day. That's a very practical, nitty-gritty example, very meaningful to me right now. But take an example from the heights of intellect. For about 100 years, physicists were arguing whether light travels as discrete particles or whether it travels in waves like sound or water. And there were experiments that supported both theories. So there were arguments back and forth for a long time. Is light waves or is it particles? In the 1920s, some joker whose name I don't remember coined the word wavicles. Light travels as waves and particles. Both. This was a joke at the expense of other physicists, but a lot of them picked it up just to express their total bafflement at the fact the evidence just didn't seem to make sense. And then Niels Bohr came up with the Copenhagen interpretation, which underlies almost all my work. All my work, whatever I'm writing about it, basically comes from the point of view of the Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics, which is whatever model we make of the world, whatever reality tunnel we organize our perceptions into is not the world. It's a model we've made. So some experiments support the particle model and some support the wave model. We shouldn't be astonished at that. It just shows the brain can construct two different patterns depending on which instruments we're using. To ask what light really is basically a meaningless question. Science can't answer that. Science can only answer questions like how does it register on this instrument and how does it register on that instrument. That's the way I look at psychology, sociology, and things in general, is in terms of what does this model include and what does it exclude. Nobody can make a model that includes everything, although all the dogmatists on the planet think they've done that. If you included everything, all you'd perceive is chaos. Or as Buckminster Fuller states the case very well, scenario universe is non-simultaneously apprehended. In other words, we do not perceive the whole universe, the whole space-time continuum at any one instant. If we did that, our brain couldn't handle all the information. We perceive it in cross-sections. And if you do Zen meditation or any type of yogic meditation, you'll see how long a minute is. You can't keep track of the millions or billions of signals. How many different signals are coming in that you usually don't notice? What I call model theism is making a model, then worshiping the model as if it were a god, and hating everybody who has a different model. Model theism is the idea that your universe has been apprehended. That's impossible according to general relativity. It's non-simultaneously apprehended. So what you experience tomorrow, if it entirely fits your beliefs today, that's because you're not paying enough attention.
So speaking of models, it seems that your favorite psychological model comes from Dr. Timothy Leary. Is that correct?
Yes. In the Eighth Circuit model, yes.
Could you describe for listeners the basics of this model?
I've done 2-day workshops on the Eighth Circuit model, and I've done 1-hour lectures, and I've done 2-hour lectures. Let's see how brief I can condense it to without making it totally incomprehensible. Leary's basic assumption is that our personality or interpersonal reactions results from genetic blueprints as modified by early imprints and later conditioning and learning and re-imprinting, if we learn anything about re-imprinting. We start out with basically a amoeboid floating consciousness recapitulating the beginning of life, and we have to bond to a mother or a mother substitute, depending on how lucky we are. If we're lucky, we get a mother. If we're not lucky, we imprint something else. There's a case in one of Robert Audrey's books, a giraffe whose mother was shot by hunters right after it was born, and the giraffe imprinted the jeep, and it followed the jeep around and tried to nurse from it, etc., treated the jeep as a mother. Now, this shows the biological basis of the Jungian archetypes. Jeep has 4 wheels, sort of like the 4 legs of a giraffe. There was research where birds that brought from the Galapagos Islands, where there haven't been any predators in about 1 million years, or tested by having cardboard cutout kites in the shape of hawks fly over them, and they all crouched and tried to hide. So that archetype had existed in the birds' brains for over 1 million years when there were no predators around. They still had the archetype hawk meant danger. So we were born with archetypal images and desire to find the equivalent that we can attach to in the external world. Leary calls that the biosurvival circuit. I call it the oral biosurvival circuit, to emphasize the importance of the nursing experience. And the oral biosurvival circuit Leary conceives of as basically one-dimensional. You either imprint what I call an infophilic tendency in varying degrees, which means the world seems like a safe place and you keep on exploring more and more of it, or you imprint an infophobic reflex in which the world seems like a sinister and threatening place. In the extreme form, it's autism, where the whole external world is just turned off. It's too sinister to be dealt with.
So once you've imprinted, that's it?
Well, that's the general opinion. Leary's heresy, one of his heresies, was that imprints can be changed with strong psychedelics and the right type of program. Timothy was one of the most prestigious and respected psychiatrists and psychologists in the country when he started his LSD research. By the time that was closed down, he was the most disreputable. When the government started closing down LSD research, all the major researchers became, to quote a famous Irish saying, as silent as moonlight on a gravestone. Leary didn't. He went around the country raising hell and saying the government should not shut down scientific research and science should be free of government interference and all sorts of subversive and sinister things like that. So eventually, according to Leary's story, he was framed by a cop in Orange County. They planted half a marijuana cigarette in his car and then busted him and sentenced him to 37 years in prison. The regular sentence for possession of half a joint in California at that time was 6 months. For some reason, they gave him 37 years. It does look like there was a certain desire for revenge against Leary for going around telling people science should be free, it should not be controlled by the government. It's a subversive Jeffersonian constitutional idea of the type our present government wants to destroy entirely, doesn't want anybody to hear of or think about.
The basic idea is that there's 8, quote, circuits, unquote, in the human organism.
Leary liked the word circuits because with computers very early on. And from the 1970s on, he tries to use cybernetic and computer-type metaphors as much as possible. Some people object to it on the grounds that they think it's mechanistic. And I had a long talk with a naturopath who told me it would make a lot more sense if you said systems instead of circuits. So instead of saying the oral biosurvival circuit, if you said the oral biosurvival system, it would fit the organism as a whole more clearly and sound less mechanistic. And I've thought that over, and I've tried to write about the 8 systems rather than the 8 circuits. But meanwhile, books of mine in print are talking about the 8 circuits, so most people expect me to say 8 circuits, and so I got this kind of drag on my vocabulary.
Okay, so you've described the oral biosurvival circuit as...
Which has the 2 polarities, infophilia and infophobia. Everybody's on a spectrum somewhere along that line, depending on their early experience.
Between the world is a safe place and
the world is a terrible place. Those are the extremes. There's lots of places in between. You can imprint that this neighborhood is safe, but all other neighborhoods are dangerous. Just think of it as a line. One end is total infophilia. You're continually looking for new information about everything, and you're continually deliriously happy about the new, no matter what it is. Oh, a new atomic plant? Hey, that sounds groovy. Yeah. New pesticides? Yeah. And the other end is the total infophobia. It's new, it's evil, it's dangerous, we don't want it. We're not going to take that goddamn vaccination. We'll have the witch doctor do a spell and cure the disease that way, and so on. And we're all somewhere on that spectrum between infophilia and infophobia. And according to Leary, we shouldn't be stuck in one place. We should be able to move depending on the evidence.
But the standard science would say that once we have that imprint, that's where we're stuck.
Yeah. And I think that's pretty true, except I think that Leary is right. You can change the imprints, and not just with LSD. There are other ways of changing the imprints.
So what's the second circuit?
The second circuit is the anal territorial circuit. All mammals mark their territories by excretions. When you take your dog out for a walk, the dog pees on a dozen different places. That's not because they don't have bladder control. It's because they have exquisite bladder control. What they're doing is marking a territory. If you made a map of the neighborhood and marked the places that the dog pees, that's the territory that dog is claiming. If he sniffs another dog's urine on a part of his territory, he'll pee there extra long to reiterate his claim to that territory. All mammals do this. As Timothy said in one of his more whimsical moments, the only intelligent way to discuss politics is on all fours, because it's all about territorial squabbles. Who's in charge around this habitat? And the anal territorial circuit is a sort of an up-down at right angles to the forward-back of the oral biosurvival circuit. You're either at the top of the hierarchy and claim most of the territory, you're at the bottom and don't have any territory. You just take directions from those above you, or you're somewhere in between. When you put these two axes together, the right-left oral biosurvival circuit and the up-down anal territorial circuit, you get the Leary interpersonal grid and divide it into 4 parts. In interpersonal diagnosis, he divides it into 64 parts. It depends on how much precision you need in diagnosis. By the time you've started to walk around the house and meddle in family politics and struggle with your siblings and your parents for how important you're going to be in the hierarchy, and you find out where you fit in, you find out who you can bully and who can bully you and who you got to submit to and who you can dominate and so on. You got this scale on the up-down, and you got the forward-back scale of innovation or conservatism. This makes 4 quadrants, which Leary calls friendly strength, which is you have a high status and an innovative personality. The quadrant below that is friendly weakness, which is you're basically willing to accept the new, but you feel very insecure, and you're always looking for somebody to give you orders and tell you what to do. That's the quadrant that Leary put himself in when he was tested by the California prison system, so they put him in minimum security. And then there's hostile strength, which is dominant but not friendly. It's dominant and somewhat sadistic, leaning toward the egotistic and the narcissistic. And that tends to be conservative. This type of power is afraid to show itself. It needs to dominate, but it's very much afraid of the people it's dominating. Then below that, you got hostile weakness. You see them in the tabloids all the time. They have "born to lose" tattooed on their arms, and they've been accused of crimes so atrocious you can't believe a human being could do it. Derek Byrne popularized this whole system in a wonderful set of game rules. Friendly strength, the game rule is I'm okay, you're okay. And that's obviously the healthiest relationship you can have as long as you can maintain it. Of course, you can't maintain it with everybody because some people aren't okay. They're sons of bitches. But as long as you can maintain I'm okay, you're living in a very happy world. And then friendly weakness is I'm not okay, but you're okay. The overwhelming majority of people in psychotherapy have that basic quadrant. They're not okay, but they're quite convinced the therapist is okay, and they're waiting for him to produce the magic jewel out of the drawer that will cure them all at once. And all they have to do is please the therapist long enough, and the magic jewel will come out. Most of them really believe in it, although not that literally. And then hostile weaknesses, I'm not okay, you're not okay. That's why they have the tattoos saying born to lose or born to raise hell, etc. And then the hostile strength, Eric Byrne's slogan for that game is I'm okay, you're not okay. And that is the favorite game of ideologists of all stripes. The person is always going around telling everybody else what's wrong with them and trying to straighten them out. Never in a kindly way like friendly strength, but always in a morally reproving way. Now, the first circuit seems to have been known to our ancestors and projected outward as the moon goddess, the great white moon goddess, with their 3 aspects. And that's why the first day of the week in almost all European languages is named after the moon goddess. Monday in English, Montag in German, Lunes in Spanish. I did this in Amsterdam once with a very multilingual class. We worked our way all around Europe, and it's always the day of the moon goddess, which is the mother symbol, the all-providing breast. And Tuesday is Martes in Spanish. It's always named after a war god because it deals with the territorial circuit. Martes, it's always Mars. Tis was an ancient Anglo-Saxon war god. The Tuesday is named after. And so we got the moon goddess and the war god, and the next day is Wotenstag, or Wednesday, or Mercury, named after the god of communication. And that circuit is activated when we first begin to realize all the noises the adults making are a code, and we learn to decipher it, and we begin to be able to communicate. And this I call the time-binding circuit in honor of Alfred Korzybski. Leary called it the laryngeal manual circuit. It has to do with making speech units that communicate to others and manipulating the world with your hands. You build a model made out of words or other symbols, then you test it by manipulating the world and see if the world fits your model. You do that just naturally and instinctively. It's a genetic program until you get to school, where they train you to lose all your curiosity and just memorize the correct answers the teachers give you. Every child is intensely curious until they get to school, and the function of school is to kill the curiosity by telling them there's one correct answer and we know it already, and don't do any thinking of your own. They stop that by the time you reach the college level, and they allow you to begin thinking then, unless you go to a Catholic college.
So the third circuit is kind of a thinking circuit.
Yeah, it's in terms of Jungian psychology, the first circuit is sensation, the second circuit is feeling, and the third circuit is reason. And Freudian, it's the oral stage, the anal stage, and the latency period. Anyway, with the third circuit, we have a revolution. The first two circuits tend to be basically conservative. They keep repeating the same patterns over and over throughout history. That's the major theme of Finnegan's Wake, how these first two circuits throughout history continue to produce the same patterns over and over. Cain and Abel, Napoleon and Wellington, it's all the same story. It's always the two brothers trying to kill each other. This is an evolutionary relative success for most mammals and most vertebrates, as a matter of fact. But the third circuit, by letting the information be transmitted across generations, creates this information acceleration, which gets faster and faster as it goes along. Korzybski called that the time-binding function, and he said it's what differentiates people from other mammals. And once you get into the verbal and symbolic world, if you only learn words, you stay in one reality tunnel or belief system. And I always abbreviate belief system as BS, I think a very useful abbreviation coined by my friend David J. Brown. When you learn mathematics, you find there's a variety of symbol systems. If you can think in both words and mathematics, you got a lot more freedom than people who only think in words. If you're good at visualizing, you have another semantic circuit that worried people don't have. Einstein, for instance, considered a great mathematician, said all of his ideas came to him as images first, then he got the equations, and the third step was getting the words to explain the equations. This acceleration of information leads to faster and faster change, which is very disagreeable to the people in high positions of authority who have this burden of omniscience that they're supposed to be doing all the thinking, perceiving, smelling, sensing, hearing for the whole society, because everybody else is just supposed to follow orders. With this burden of omniscience and information doubling all the time, they get more and more out of contact with objective reality in the sense of what's going on in the sensory, sensual, space-time continuum. And so they more and more make their decisions based on the basis of things they learned when they were in college 40 years ago, or things they heard from older politicians before they got into it. And everybody's afraid to tell them when they're wrong, because that's the way you get a pink slip and wind up on the unemployment lines. So we got the acceleration factor of information and the deceleration factor of the authoritarian structure, which doesn't like the acceleration factor and keeps trying to slow it down. And that to me is the basic dialectic of history: information attempting to break free and ruling elites trying to stop the flood of information from unseating them and creating a world they can't manage because they can't understand.
So back to Circuit 3, how does that affect us personally?
Well, it gives us the capacity for perpetual learning and perpetual intake of new information and transformation of ourselves and our societies. And it also tends to trap us in the cocoon of our favorite symbolism so that we can't think outside that. Then our BS or our belief system becomes a set of blinders which keeps us from letting any new signals in. If you're talking about abortion and somebody keeps saying baby killers, you can't get anywhere because they have created a semantic grid in which the fetus is by definition equal to a baby. And nobody has claimed this that about any other species. Nobody claims that an acorn is an oak tree or an egg is a hen. But for some reason in the human class of life, the fetal form is equivalent to the post-birth form. I think that's one of the more remarkable metaphysical ideas floating around in our society.
So you were saying that the First Circuit gives us a forward-backward orientation, and the Second Circuit gives us an up-and-down orientation. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And so this Third Circuit orients
us.
The
Third Circuit seems to correlate with the fact that the majority of the population uses the left brain much more than the right brain, and uses the right hand much more than the left hand. The left brain is connected to the right hand, the right brain is connected to the left hand. And this creates a basic left-right polarity in our thinking. And when you put together the forward-back of the oral biosurvival circuit, the up-down of the anal territorial circuit, and the right-left of the time-binding circuit, you got three-dimensional space, which is the first type of space mathematically organized by Euclid or somebody writing under the name Euclid, or somebody earlier that Euclid ripped off or whatever. And that seemed to be the only real space up until the 19th century when mathematicians discovered other kinds of space. The reason it seems like the only real space is because it's the way our nervous system stacks information. And that's why the third day of the week is the day of the god of communication, Mercury, Wotan, as the case may be.
currents. And they're talking about storms that are beyond anything we can imagine that we've ever seen in human history by the end of this century. We're talking about the major coastal cities where much of our urban population is underwater. This is not a century from now. This is in the lifetime of many young people who are 4 and 5 now and will be my age when we're in full steam into this new era, this abyss. So what do? We need a new economic vision for the world. It has to be compelling. We need a game plan to deploy that vision, and it needs to be quick. It needs to move as quickly in the developing countries as in the industrialized nations. If we have any chance of arresting the worst of this climate change, we're going to have to be off carbon in 4 decades, everywhere. This is beyond anything we're talking about at global conferences. How do we begin to tackle something of this magnitude? We need to step back and reflect on how the great economic paradigm shifts in history occurred. If we know how they occur, we're going to get a roadmap here in this room and around the world, and we're going to get a compass that will allow us to navigate a new journey, to completely transform the way we handle life on Earth. There have been at least 7 major economic paradigm shifts in history, and they're very interesting anthropologically because they share a common denominator. And that is, at a certain moment in time, 3 technologies emerge and converge to create what we call in engineering a general purpose technology platform. That's a fancy way of saying a new infrastructure that fundamentally changes the way we manage, power, and move economic life. What are those 3 technologies? First, new communication technologies to allow us to more efficiently manage our economic activity. Second, new sources of energy to allow us to more efficiently power our economic activity. And third, new modes of mobility, transportation, logistics, to allow us to more efficiently move the economic activity. So when communication revolutions join with new energy regimes and new modes of transportation, it does change the way we manage, power, and move economic life. It changes temporal spatial orientation. It changes our habitats. It allows us to integrate in larger units. It actually even changes consciousness and governance. Let me give you 2 examples. First Industrial Revolution, 19th century. Second Industrial Revolution, 20th century. The Brits took us into the First Industrial Revolution. And first it was a communication revolution. They invented steam-powered printing. No more manual print presses. Steam-powered printing was a big leap forward because it allowed us to mass-produce very cheap print quickly. Then, in the second half of the 19th century, the Brits laid out a telegraph system across the British Isles. Steam-powered printing and the telegraph, those communication technologies then converged with a completely new source of energy in Britain called coal. But how were they going to take that coal and harvest it? They invented the steam engine. And this is ingenious. They figured out that they should put the steam engine on rails for locomotives, national transport, and logistics. Urban life, Industrial Revolution, steam power. Second Industrial Revolution in the United States. Centralized electricity, and especially the telephone. I know we think the internet's a big deal, but the telephone was a really big deal. All of a sudden, people could communicate at vast distances at the speed of light. Later, radio and television. These communication technologies converged in the United States with a completely new energy source. Cheap Texas oil. And Henry Ford put everybody on the road with cars, buses, and trucks. Industrial Revolution changed the way we manage power and move economic life. That second Industrial Revolution took us through the 20th century. It took the whole world through the 20th century, and it peaked in July 2008.
All right, welcome back to the show here. Oil to 147. We went.
Remember that month? In that month, Brent crude oil hit a record price of $147 on world markets. And when it hit that record price, the whole global economy shut down. Silence. Completely gone. That was the economic earthquake. The collapse of the financial market 60 days later was the aftershock.
Mayhem, carnage, and bloodbath. Call it what you want, but what we saw on global stock markets today was ill-disguised panic.
Good evening. This was the day after what may someday be called Black Monday on Wall Street because it was perhaps the worst financial collapse since the Great Depression.
Policy leaders are still dealing with the aftershock, not the earthquake. Why was it the earthquake? Because the entire industrial revolution that we've gone through is all dependent on the carbon deposits of a previous period of history. You know, if we look back, let's say that we make it through this next period of history. I always wonder, what will future generations think of us maybe in 100,000 years from now? And they'll say, oh yes, we remember them. There was the Bronze Age, the Iron Age. These were the fossil fuel people. They dug up the burial grounds of the Carboniferous era and created a short-lived, dramatic, and very dangerous civilization. It's all about fossil fuels. Our fertilizers and pesticides are made out of fossil fuels. Our construction materials are made out of fossil fuels. Most of our pharmaceutical products are made out of fossil fuels. Our synthetic fiber, our power, our transport, our heat and lights, all made out of, moved by fossil fuels. So when the price of oil goes over around 95 a barrel, all the other prices go up. When we get into the zone of around 115 a barrel, prices become so high that purchasing power slows. This is the sunset of a great industrial era. Now, you remember in 2009, oil went down to 50 a barrel because the economy had shut down. There was no activity. In 2010, we tried to regrow inventories, so oil prices started to go up. All the other prices started to go up. And in 2014, we hit a new peak of 114 or 15 a barrel. Purchasing power slowed down again. This is a convulsion of growth, shutdown, growth, shutdown. And the only reason oil went down in the last few years to 30 a barrel is now the fossil fuel industry is fighting among themselves in the sunset. OPEC said, we're going to keep the oil spigot open. We're going to flood the world with oil. And that's going to take the price down to 30 a barrel and wipe out our new competitors, the more exotic fossil fuels, shale gas in the U.S., tar sands in Canada. And guess what? They wiped them out. Only took a year and a half. Bankruptcies across the United States in the shale gas industry. And now tar sands in Canada, the pipeline's not happening. And do you hear anybody talking about energy independent right now? It's over. And as soon as the bankruptcies complete themselves, the oil prices are now starting to go back up. But now we have failed states. Where there's oil production, we have failed states. So this is a volatile, convulsive sunset over the next 40 to 50 years, an unstable world. Where do we head from here? Let me share an anecdote. When Angela Merkel became Chancellor of Germany, she asked me to come to Berlin. And in the first couple of weeks, Of her new government to help her address the question of how to grow the German economy on her watch. Now remember, in terms of per capita, Germany is the most robust capitalist market economy in the world. When I got to Berlin, the first question I asked the new chancellor, I said, Madam Chancellor, how are you going to grow the German economy when your businesses are plugged into a platform, an infrastructure of centralized telecommunication, fossil fuel nuclear power, internal combustion road, rail, water, and air transport, and that infrastructure peaked in its productivity in Germany years ago. Let me talk about productivity. This is crucial. Our economists are lamenting, they're asking, why has productivity been declining for 20 years? We have all these new killer products coming out of Silicon Valley. Why is productivity declining? I'm going to share with you a dirty little secret in economics that economists don't like to talk about. We used to believe that there are two factors that drive productivity in standard economic theory: better machines and better performing workers. But when Robert Solow won the Nobel Prize for economic growth theory in the mid-1980s, he actually let the little secret out. He said, we've got a problem here. When we trace every single year of the Industrial Revolution, these two factors, better machines, better workers, it only accounts for about 14% of the productivity. So Robert Solow asked the big question, where's the other 86% of productivity come from? Don't know. Moses Abramowitz, the former head of the American Economic Association, said, quote, this is a measure of our ignorance. Now, wouldn't you think economists would know where productivity comes from because that's the basis of the discipline? Here's why they don't know.
What's up, cool sneakers? I'm presidential banana. Looking like Apollo Creed with them shorts. Man, I am Apollo Creed. Burby for life, dog. Steal the ball. Young camel toes, my God. God, young camel toe is my Lord and Savior. I am thankful for the pussy that I got last night. I am thankful for the pussy that I got last night. Thank you. I got some pussy last night. I got some pussy last night. Thank God. Thank God. Thank God. Thank God. I am grateful for the love that I feel right now. I am thankful for the money that I have right now. I am thankful for the God that I know right now. I am thankful for the hoes that I love right now. I am thankful for myself that I love right now. Thank you, God. I am thankful for the pussy that I got last night. I am thankful for the pussy that I got last night. I am thankful for the pussy that I got last night. Thank you, thank you. I am thankful every day. Shine your blessings on young camel toe. Young camel toe. Young camel toe. Young camel toe. I am love, 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 I am love. 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 Financial situation improves every day. Each moment brings new opportunities. I am making large sums of money. My mind's a money magnet, brings wealth flow to me now. I'm successful because I get what I ask, create wealth easily coming to me now. I'm grateful for you. The greatest good came to me yesterday. I'm in a constant state of fulfillment. I'm the money magnet. I'm the golden link to the chain of the money link. I am wonderful. I am good. My supply is endless. Money comes immediately. Under grace and mercy. All my stocks are in the green. Jack in the green stocks. Penny stocks going to the moon. Boxville, Ibex, J.E. Blue, nerd, green for me. All my stocks are in the green. All my stocks are in the green. I made $2,000 this week. $2,222 in the green. Jack in the green stars, baby. Wall Street is my bitch. I have a dream that one day everyone will wake up. Through my money, through my SoundCloud and Spotify and iTunes. I never have no limited beliefs. I'm unlimited. Prosperous as I. Young camel toe, getting money out the sky. Eat a money tree. Happy as can be. Happy. Happy. I'm intelligent, skill blessed. Unique talents. Respectful of my colleagues. Calm under pressure. Love is always calming. I'm good at making smart decisions. I'm always open to the new ideas and possibilities. Enjoying my career, enjoying all my dreams, hey. Lucrative with my opportunities. Sending you love. Love you, love you, love you, love you, love you. I have a dream that one day everyone will wake up. But if they don't, then I will. I'll live the time with the view. I am beautiful. I am very attractive. I'm beautiful. Mind, body, and spirit. I'm an early riser. I meditate on the daily. I'm feeling great. I'm more vulnerable than M. Bison. I got a lot of energy. My skin is clear and radiant. I'm always feeling happy, inefficient, energetic, enthusiastic. Always handling everything like it's easy peasy. I devote 15 minutes a day to doing daily affirmations. I enjoy eating healthy and nutritious food. I eat all my bananas and vegetables in the nude. Ooh, I have the power to control my health. I love to exercise and feed my body healthy food. I go outside and get my vitamin D on the daily. The sun is my father and my baby. All energies is vibrant within me. My mind, body, and soul is feeling great. My spirit's on the horizon. I eat healthy and I enjoy exercising. Every day is a blessed day. I am so grateful for the love in my life. I'm grateful for the wealth of my wife. I'm grateful for the wealth of my wife. I'm grateful for gratefulness. I'm grateful for the grateful of gratefulness. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I am fit. I'm attractive. I am active. I am God. I am sun. I am the universe. I'm the mountains. I'm the seas. I'm the oceans. I'm the pyramids. I'm Antarctica. I'm a diamond. I be dancing. I am polar bear. I am Prancer. I am Santa Claus. I got a wonderful voice. Rejoice, rejoice. Love you. Maybe I'm feeling myself. 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 I love me. I love you. Maybe I'm feeling myself. 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 I'm at the buffet. I'm about to blow A. The move much A. There's two pains. Off the nose. Look at me run from the truth. Look at me run from you. Look at me run from the rushes. Look at me run from your mother. Maybe I'm feeling myself. 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 Yo, maybe I'm feeling myself. 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 All my stocks are in the green. Disney Bowie. Twitter. I love money, money knows I. Money flows to me from sky. I am asking for money. Money comes to grateful for money, oh yeah. Master of my wealth, money's free just like my health. Money flows to me right now. Money bigger than a cow. I'm grateful for my money. I'm grateful for family. Making money is easy. I am a big money tree. Money flows from sources known. Money flows from source unknown. I spend money wisely. Money comes when I go sleep. I attract money as I live. My wealth grows just like your kids. Everyone give me money. The universe conspiring to make money. I am wealthy, I am rich. I make money in this matrix.
Ain't gonna tear their ass up. Simple as that. Surprise from the
I am love, 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 I am love. I am love, I am love, I am love, I am love, I am love.
I'm letting go of old habits that no longer serve me. I'm making better choices because I deserve the best. I'm enjoying all the food and all the rest that is healthy and tastes great too. I'm proud of my effort.
All my stocks are in the green, Jack in the green stocks, penny stocks going to the moon, moon. Foxel, Artex, J.E. Blue, Nerve, green for me. All my stocks are in the green. All my stocks are in the green. I made $2,000 this way. $2,222 in the green. Jack in the green stocks, baby. Wall Street is my bitch. Financial situation improves every day. Needs more and raise more opportunities. I am
love of money. My mind's a money magnet. Ain't one to me now. I'm successful because I get what I ask. Create wealth easily just when I ask. I'm a money magnet. Prosperity is unlimited. Money's coming to me now. I am grateful for money. The greatest good came to me yesterday. What's happening? One enlightenment, man. We've already thought our way into riches, man. It's already happened, man. We on the other side of the riches, man. It's fantastic. How you doing, One Enlightenment? How's it going, man? How's it going, my brother? How is it going, man? Every single day. Sending love to One Enlightenment, man. How's it going, man? Every single day. My bank account's on the up and up. I am so happy. I am so grateful. Money comes to me and increasing quantities through multiple sources, continuous basis. I am so happy. I am so grateful. Multiple source, continuous. I'm so happy, I'm so grateful. Money comes to me, increasing quantities. Multiple sources, continuous basis. I'm so happy, I'm so grateful. Money comes to me, increasing quantities. Multiple sources, continuous basis. I am so happy and grateful now that money comes to me in increasing quantities through multiple sources on a continuous basis. I am so happy and grateful now that money comes to me in increasing quantities through multiple sources on a continuous basis. I am so happy. I am so grateful. Money comes to me and increasing quantities through multiple sources, continuous basis. I am so happy. I am so grateful. Thank you. Today I'm gonna shine. I can get through this amazing type of day. Possibilities are endless. Calm and relax. Chilling in LA. I'm beautiful on the inside and out. My voice matters. Love to the universe. Love to the universe. Just more, take a deep breath. Success, I am blessed. Thankful for another day. Feeling so much happiness. Everything is for my higher good. smile in the hood. Positivity, creativity, love you. All of my dreams come true, no matter what I do. I am everything, I am you. I love myself for who I am. I totally trust myself. I grow in strength with every forward step I take. I can do anything I set my mind to. I am capable and strong. I am easily handling the things in my life. Everything is good in my life. When I breathe, I inhale confidence and exhale fear. Fear is only a feeling. Happiness is a meaning. The meaning of my life is happiness. I have no hesitation. I always strive in the room with victory. I love meeting strangers. I approach them with boldness and enthusiasm. I'm feeling good. I approve of myself unconditionally. I deeply love myself. I live in the present moment. I'm confident of the future. My personality exudes confidence. I am bold and outgoing. I am self-reliant, creative, persistent in everything I do. I am energetic. Confidence is my second nature. I'm a problem solver. I focus on solutions. I'm always in the best mood for solutions. I love to change institutions. I love to change myself. This is my higher self speaking on the mic. I love my challenges in my life. They bring out the best of me. I can master anything. Today, I'm too big to not succeed. Yesterday, I succeed. Tomorrow, I succeed. I am proud of myself and everything I do, and everything I read, and everything I speak. I'm well-groomed, healthy, wealthy, full of confidence. My outer being is matched to my inner being. Self-confidence, all of love. Self-confidence, all is love. As above, so is below. Young Count, so yo.
Nah, what's up, Rika, Dika, Dingalong? I don't do jobs no more, man. I'm my own boss now, man. No need for employment. Everything.
I got the strength to make my dreams come true.
2,000 there
My
now.
dreams already came true.
I feel free with my choices and decisions. This is superstition.
Young camel toe on a mission. Spreading love through the universe's higher consciousness. I believe everything is well around me. I'm a winner. I'm always doing great things. I'm solution minded. I release all the love through the boundless universes. Dimension hopping. This is a quantum leap. Young camel toe making money in his sleep. I am solution minded. I am never alone. The universe supports me in all my steps. My mind is filled with the loving, hopeful, good thoughts. My mind is full of gratitude for my friends and family. I got a wonderful life. Everything is great in my life. I radiate love in my life. I accept myself unconditionally. What's up, pussy? How you doing? I am an alien. Welcome back to outer space. I am your captain.
When classical economic theory was penned in the late 1700s, the vogue was Newton's physics. Newton was the big guy in town. Everybody wanted to use Newton's metaphor so they could be more scientific because he had discovered the laws that run the universe, supposedly. The economists also fell in line. For example, you know Newton's law, for every action there's an equal and opposite reaction. Adam Smith borrowed that metaphor for his invisible hand of supply and demand. For every action on the supply side, there's an equal and opposite reaction on the demand side. Newton's law, a body in motion stays in motion unless disrupted. Baptists say borrowed that metaphor, the French economist. And he suggested that, well, supply will stimulate demand, which will generate supply, which will stimulate demand unless disrupted. All of our economic theory, if you go back and take a look at it, it's all based on Newton's metaphors in physics. There's only one problem with this. Newton's physics has absolutely nothing to do with economics. Nothing. Nothing. Economics is governed by the same laws that govern the universe, the solar system, the biosphere on Earth, and every single thing you and I do in our economic life while we're here on this planet. Here are the two laws that govern everything in the universe, including our economy. The first law of energy says all the energy in the universe is constant since the Big Bang. No new energy has been created, no energy has been destroyed since the Big Bang. That's the conservation law. The second law of energy says that's true, that the energy isn't created or destroyed, but it always changes form, but only in one direction. From concentrated, the Big Bang, to dispersed through the galaxies. From hot to cooled off through the galaxies. From order to disorder. From available to unavailable. Entropy is a measure of the energy that's still there, but not available to do useful work. There are three systems that we can talk about in thermodynamics. An open system that exchanges matter and energy with the outside world. A closed system which exchanges energy with the outside world but doesn't exchange matter. And an isolated system which doesn't exchange matter or energy with the outside world. The Earth, in relation to the solar system and sun, is B. We get plenty of energy for the sun. We don't have to worry about this for billions of years. But in terms of the fixed matter on this planet, we don't have a lot of additional matter coming down here. We get a few meteorites, a little cosmic dust, but whatever we have in terms of fixed matter, which is a form of energy, has been here since we blew off the sun and cooled off. All of you have smartphones on you right now, and there are little granules of rare earths in those phones. They've been here since the Earth has been here. That's a form of energy. It's a material form. So, here's what economics is all about. We extract low entropy available energy in nature, a rare earth, a metallic ore, a fossil fuel. We extract it, and then through our value chains, we store it, we ship it, we produce goods and services from it, we consume it, we recycle it back to nature. Those are value chains. At every step of conversion, when we take nature's resources and move it through society, at every step of conversion, we have to embed energy into that good or service to get it to the next stage of what it becomes. But we lose some energy in the process of that conversion. This is called aggregate efficiency in economics. Aggregate efficiency is the ratio of the potential work versus the actual useful work you actually embed in the good or service. Let me give you an example. Nature has the same economic conditions that we have in our human economy. If a lion chases down an antelope in the wild and kills it, about 10 to 20% of the total energy that's in that antelope gets embedded into the lion. The rest is heat loss in the conversion. That's the aggregate efficiency. What does this have to do with my conversation with the Chancellor of Germany? She's a physicist, you know, by background. So here's what I said to her. We started the second industrial revolution in 1905 in the United States with 3% aggregate efficiency. Every conversion of nature's resources through the value chains, we lost about 97%. It didn't get into the product or service. By 1990, the U.S. got up to about 14% aggregate efficiency. That was our ceiling. Nothing's changed since then. And I reported to the Chancellor that Germany got up to about 18.5% aggregate efficiency. That was their ceiling. Nothing's changed. Anybody want to guess which country led the world in aggregate efficiency? Japan. 20% aggregate efficiency, 1990s, reached its ceiling. What I'm saying to the Chancellor is this. You can have market reforms, labor reforms, monetary reforms. You can create incentives for killer new products. You can try to create 1 million Steve Jobs. It won't make a damn bit of difference.
I'm Dr. Teresa Bullard, and this is Mystery Teachings. Many people today are drawn to working with crystals. They may incorporate crystals for healing work, or some people just like the look and feel of them. We like to have them around in our home or carry them in our pocket, and it's like bringing a friend along with you for the day. Crystals are also used extensively in our technology. For example, quartz crystals can conduct electricity and are used to keep time on our watches. Crystals are also used in LCD screens, LEDs, ultrasound, sonar, radios, transistor technologies, just to name a few. And silicon crystals are at the heart of computer technology, and many rare earth minerals are also needed for all manner of technologies today. Now, in ancient times, the Atlanteans were said to have an advanced technology and power supply based on crystals. And the ancient Egyptians used various crystals and gems in jewelry and in the materials for building the pyramids and also their magical burial rites. What is it about crystals that makes them such powerful allies to us? Well, when I did my dissertation research for my PhD, I ended up working with crystals to test a hypothesis related to the origins of life. And what I learned about crystals is that they have fascinating properties and are intimately connected to the essence of life. There's a lot we can learn from crystals. They can help us understand more about ourselves, and they are powerful tools we can work with to realize our own divinity. Are crystals alive? Most definitely, crystals are alive and they grow. They have their own blueprint, kind of like our DNA. Not only do they have a blueprint, but this blueprint is 100% governed by sacred geometry principles. We see this in the crystal lattice structure, with how the atoms or molecules are arranged inside. Marcel Vogel, a research scientist who worked for IBM for 27 years and received many patents throughout his life, he went on to discover many amazing properties of crystals. He determined that the geometric structure of crystals is according to the Tree of Life pattern from Kabbalah. And because of this, it caused the flow and storage of life force energy in the form of negative ions. He's quoted as saying that the crystal is a neutral object whose inner structure exhibits a crystalline state of perfection and balance. when it is precisely cut in the proper geometric form, and when the human mind enters into relationship with this structural perfection, in the vibration of love, the crystal emits a vibration which extends and amplifies the power and grasp of the user's mind. In other words, our thoughts and intent can be amplified by the crystal. Based on his research into what's called ether physics, Marcel Vogel developed what is now known as the Vogel-shaped crystal to harness this ability more powerfully. Sacred geometry is the expression of divine energies within the physical. As the frequency of pure divine energy slows down, it comes into the material lattice, and it forms according to specific proportions, harmony, and types of symmetry. We see sacred geometry patterns all around us in the universe, and even in the proportions of our own body. And crystals are among the most perfect embodiments of sacred geometry into this physical density. How so? Well, sacred geometry patterns exist within the crystal lattice structure. There's symmetry, order, repetition of a particular blueprint pattern within their structure. And this in turn determines their overall shape, or what we call the habit of the crystal. For example, pyrite. It often naturally grows as cubes, and it has a cubic lattice structure inside as well. Calcite crystals have a rhombohedral habit, like a slanted rectangle. Quartz crystals naturally have a six-sided hexagonal habit. They embody these divine patterns within their structure. In essence, this sacred geometry blueprint, it is their DNA. For the most part, these geometric patterns can be arranged not just upon the two-dimensional tree of life, but upon the three-dimensional tree of life. The tree of life forms the template for our DNA, as well as the blueprints of crystals. So in a way, we can say that crystals do have DNA. It's made of different components, but the core geometric blueprints are essentially the same. And crystals grow according to their blueprint, which contains information and instructions for their growth. So we can also say that they are alive at some level. How do crystals grow? Well, some grow in rivers, others grow through the evaporation of water, like salt or sugar crystals. Some in caves, like stalactites and stalagmites, are formed as minerals get deposited by the dripping of water. And some crystals grow deep in the inner belly of the earth, with layers of heat and pressure. And that pressure pushes the molecules together to form the crystal. Metals, on the other hand, start in a molten form, and then as they cool, they solidify into crystals. Crystals form in different ways, but they all form according to sacred geometry. The atoms or molecules come into alignment in the form of a lattice structure as the most energy-efficient way of arranging the units in a compact way. So how does this relate to using crystals for healing work? Well, when we're working with crystals for healing, we're sending a form of light through them. It's a spiritual light, or light that is based on life force energy and conscious intent. You can think of it as a ray of vibration at a higher frequency level than visible light. And that crystal takes that energy in and then does something with it. It may color it, it may amplify it, or it might refract it in a certain way to spread it out. Different crystals will work in different ways. And one of the best crystals to work with for transmitting light in a very pure way is quartz. Quartz has many properties and practical applications. One amazing thing about quartz is that it generates its own energy. And in metaphysics, we use it as an amplifier. It will amplify the energy and bring it into a laser-like focus. Now, clear quartz is used most often for magical purposes, because with clear quartz, we can transmit pure light without any distortions. clear quartz will channel and amplify the magic without distorting it. We could say that it focuses the pure hermetic ray, or the pure life force energy, into the physical. Other types of quartz will take in that pure light and direct it in a specific way. Rose quartz, for example, will soften it and bring it into the pink spectrum, which works more with the heart energy and emotional healing. Amethyst takes in that pure energy and then moves it into the purple spectrum. It works with the spiritual third eye and the higher mind. There are so many wonderful crystals to work with beyond quartz, such as selenite, calcite, kyanite, jasper, and so much more. They all do different things due to their different compositions and structures. Diamonds also have a very pure light, and they're even more amplifying than quartz, but quartz is easier to work with in general. Now, have you ever noticed yourself being drawn to a certain type of crystal, almost like a particular crystal spoke to you? The more you work with crystals, the more you'll discover each crystal is a unique individual. No two rose quartz stones are the same. We can't generalize them. Just like we build relationships with people, we can also develop our relationship with our crystals. Since each crystal is a unique being, how do we get to know this being? Have you tried talking to your crystals? Get to know them and work with them intuitively, not just intellectually. Ask them questions and tell them what you'd like help with. While books like the Crystal Bible can be helpful, we want to develop our own personal, intuitive relationship with crystals. Paying attention to the unique characteristics of each crystal, its unique flavor of energy, helps us get to know our crystals. Even though crystals embody earth elemental consciousness, they contain the energies of all four elements in different amounts. For example, garnet or carnelian tend to have more of a fire energy to them. Blue calcite and larimer have more of a water energy and are very soothing. The air element often corresponds with a bright yellow color of stone, like yellow calcite and citrine. Air is also related to the mind, and certain stones that work with the mind level would include things like sodalite and lapis. There's all kinds of agates or brown stones that correspond more with that deep earthy feeling, and they're very grounding. Also, shungite is another earthy type of stone. Shungite is very special because it comes from deep within the earth and is very old. So we really have all four elements within the earth element of the mineral kingdom. And we can tune in and be aware of which element each stone is working with primarily as we get to know our crystals. Once you've found a crystal friend and brought it home, how do you treat them? How do you store them? Keep in mind that crystals come from the womb of Mother Gaia. They're taken from this sacred space within the ground or a cave, and we humans are removing them from their natural environment. So how do we provide a sacred and comfortable space for them when we bring them to our home? This is a great question to reflect on. When we buy crystals from a store, they're usually not in the type of environment that they want to live in. We can create that sacred space for them when we honor them as unique individual beings that they are. And what kind of environment might a crystal like at our home? Well, they like to be out so that they can be seen and not hidden away in a box or closet. But if they have to be stored, then they should be kept in natural materials like leather, cotton, silk, or wood. Leather is more insulating material and it will keep their energy more quiet. But honestly, they prefer to be out where they can work with us. And if we just bring our attention to them to work with us, then they do. How do they work with us? Well, crystals can be used to help us on all levels, whether it's mental, emotional, physical, or spiritual. All levels of our being can be supported by working with crystals. They are alive and we can talk to them. But remember, each crystal is a unique being. So hold it in your hands and bring it near your heart to communicate with it. You can talk out loud or telepathically in your mind. Tell it what you want help with. For example, if you have a stomach ache, you can let them know and request, "Please help bring me back to homeostasis." Once you talk to your crystal, you may have a sense of how to work with it. You may lay it on your body or carry it in your pocket through your day. The key is to trust your intuition. When picking which crystal to work with, scan with your intuition and notice which one speaks to you. Trust yourself. Don't rely on books to tell you. This is about how you build your relationship with your unique crystals. And when we build our relationship with our crystals, we open the door to collaboration with the mineral kingdom. The mineral kingdom supports us as powerful mediators to bring divine energy into the physical in a very pure way. And one way that we honor our crystals is to pay attention and care for them. What do we need to know to properly care for our crystal friends? Well, one thing to keep in mind is that they like the sunlight, so putting them out about at least once a week where they can be in the sunlight is good. But with too much sun, they can get dried out. So if they're getting dry, you can massage them with oil to give them some moisture. Another big aspect of crystal care is to regularly cleanse your crystals. What are some of the most effective ways to cleanse our crystals? Well, since many crystals grow from water, one of the best and fastest ways to cleanse them is to give them a bath. Use running water like in a fountain or a stream, and allow for 24 hours in this running water to complete the cleansing process. Another method is to immerse the crystals in a bowl of sea salt for a couple days. Now, there are a couple types of crystals that don't need clearing because they self-clear, and these include selenite, kyanite, and yellow calcite. And also be aware that some of the softer, more flaky types of crystals dissolve in water. Selenite, for example, will dissolve in water, so be careful not to put these types of crystals in the water. And what do we do after the crystals are cleansed? Well, we can charge them so that they will be fully refreshed and full of energy. One method for charging our crystals is to leave them outside for a 24-hour period on a full moon night. Place them where they can directly take in the moonlight and the sunlight.
My name is Professor Michio Kaku. I'm a professor of theology. theoretical physics at the City University of New York, and I specialize in something called string theory. I'm a physicist, and some people ask me the question, what has physics done for me lately? I mean, do I get better color television? Do I get better internet reception with physics? And the answer is yes. You see, physics is at the very foundation of matter and energy. We physicists invented the laser beam. We invented the transistor. We helped to create the first computer. We helped to construct the internet. We wrote the World Wide Web. In addition, we also helped to invent television, radio, radar, microwaves, not to mention MRI scans, PET scans, X-rays. In other words, almost everything you see in your living room, almost everything you see in a modern hospital at some point or other can be traced to a physicist. Now, I got interested in physics when I was a child. When I was 8, a great scientist had just died. I still remember my elementary school teacher coming into the room and announcing that the greatest scientist of our era has just passed away. And that day, every newspaper published a picture of his desk, the desk of Albert Einstein. And the caption said, I'll never forget, the unfinished manuscript of the greatest work of the greatest scientist of our time. And I said to myself, why couldn't he finish it? I mean, what's so hard? It's a homework problem, right? Why didn't he ask his mother? Why can't he finish this problem? So, as a child of 8, I decided to find out what was this problem. Years later, I began to realize that it was the theory of everything, the unified field theory, an equation that would summarize all the physical forces in the universe, an equation like E equals mc squared. That equation is half an inch long, and that equation unlocks the secret of the stars. Why do the stars shine? Why does the galaxy light up? Why do we have energy on the Earth? But then there was another thing that happened to me when I was around 8 years old. I got hooked on the Saturday morning TV shows, in particular, Flash Gordon. And I was hooked. I mean, every Saturday morning, watching programs about aliens from outer space, starships, ray guns, invisibility shields, cities in the sky. That was for me. But after a few years, I began to notice something. First of all, I began to notice that, well, I didn't have blonde hair and blue eyes. I didn't have muscles like Flash Gordon. But it was a scientist who made the series work. In particular, a physicist. He was the one who discovered the ray gun, the starships. He was the one who created the invisibility shield. And then I realized something else. If you want to understand the future, you have to understand physics. Physics is at the foundation of all the gadgetry, the wizardry, all the marvels of the technological age. All of it can be traced to the work of a physicist. Most of science fiction is, in fact, well within the laws of physics, but possible within maybe 100 years. And then we have impossibilities that may take 1,000 years or more. That includes time travel, warp drive, higher dimensions, portals through space and time, stargates, wormholes. You know, if you were to meet your great-grandparents of the year 1900, they were dirt farmers back then. They didn't live much beyond the age of 40 on average. Long-distance communication in the year 1900 was yelling at your neighbor. And yet, if they could see you now with iPads and iPods and satellites and GPS and laser beams, how would they view you? They would view you as a wizard or sorcerer. However, if we can now meet our grandkids of the year 2100, how would we view them? We would view them as gods. Like in Greek mythology, Zeus could control objects around him by pure thought, materialize objects just by thinking. And their perks being a Greek god, Venus had a perfect body, a timeless body. And we are beginning now to unravel the genetics at the molecular level of the aging process. And then Apollo, He had a chariot that he could ride across the heavens. We will finally have that flying car that we've always wanted to have in our garage. By the year 2100, we will have the power of the gods. To paraphrase Arthur C. Clarke, any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from divinity. So let's now begin our story. The history of physics is the history of modern civilization. Before Isaac Newton, before Galileo, we were shrouded with the mysteries of superstition. People believed in all sorts of different kinds of spirits and demons. What made the planets move? Why do things interact with other things? It was a mystery. So back in the Middle Ages, for example, people read the works of Aristotle. And Aristotle asked the question, why do objects move toward the earth? And that's because, he said, objects yearn to be united with the earth. And why do objects slow down when you put them in motion? Objects in motion slow down because they get tired. These are the works of Aristotle, which held sway for almost 2,000 years until the beginning of modern physics with Galileo and Isaac Newton. When the ancients looked at the sky was full of mystery and wonder. And in the year 1066, the most important date on the British calendar, there was a comet which sailed over the battlefield of Hastings. It frightened the troops of King Harold, and a young man from Normandy swept into England and defeated King Harold at the Battle of Hastings, creating the modern British monarchy. But the question is, where did the comet come from? What was this comet that mysteriously paved the way for the coming of the British monarchy? Well, believe it or not, that same comet, the very same comet that initiated the British monarchy, sailed over London once again in 1682. This time, everyone was asking the question, where do comets come from? Do they signal the death of the king? Why do we have messengers from the heavens in the sky? Well, one man dared to penetrate the secrets of comets, and that was Isaac Newton. In fact, when Isaac Newton was only 23 years old, he stumbled upon the universal force of gravitation. According to one story, he was walking on his estate in Woolsthorpe, and he saw an apple fall. And then Isaac Newton saw the moon. And then he asked the key question which helped to unlock the heavens. If apples fall, does the moon also fall? And the answer was yes. And that answer overturned thousands of years of mystery and speculation about the motions of the heavens. The moon is in free fall. Just like an apple, the moon is constantly falling toward the earth. It doesn't hit the earth because it spins around the earth and the earth is round, but it's acting under a force of gravity. So Newton immediately tried to work out the mathematics, and he realized that the mathematics of the 1600s was not sufficient to work out the motion of a falling moon. So what did Isaac Newton do? When he was 23 years old, not only did he stumble upon the force of gravity, but he also created calculus. In fact, he created calculus at the rate at which you learn it when you're a freshman in college. And why did he create calculus? To calculate the motion of a falling moon. The mathematics of his age was incapable of calculating the trajectories of objects moving under an inverse square force field. And that's what Isaac Newton did. He worked out the motion of the moon. And then he realized that if he understands the moon, he also understands the motion of the planets in the solar system. And Isaac Newton invented a new telescope. It was the reflecting telescope, and he was tracking the motion of this comet. Well, it turns out that everyone was talking about the comet, including a rather wealthy Englishman by the name of Edmund Halley. So Edmund Halley, being a wealthy merchant, decided to make a trip to Cambridge to talk to England's illustrious scientist, Sir Isaac Newton. Well, Edmund Halley asked Newton, "What do you make of this comet?" No one understands comets. They're a mystery. They've been fascinating people for centuries, for millennia. What are your thoughts? And then, I paraphrase, but Isaac Newton said something like this. He said, "Oh, that's easy. That comet is moving in a perfect ellipse. It's moving in an inverse square force field. I've been tracking it every day with my reflecting telescope, and the path of that comet conforms to my mathematics exactly." And of course, we don't know what Edmund Halley's reaction was, but I paraphrase. He must have said something like this: "For God's sake, man, why don't you publish the greatest work in all of scientific history? If correct, you have decoded the secret of the stars, the secret of the heavens. Nobody understands where comets come from." And then Newton responded and said, "Oh, well, it costs too much. I mean, I'm not a wealthy man. It would cost too much to summarize this calculus that I've invented and to work out all the motion of the stars." And then Halley must have said this: "Mr. Newton, I am a wealthy man. I have made my fortune in commerce. I will pay for the publication of the greatest scientific work in any language." And it was Principia. The principles, the mathematical principles that guide the heavens. Believe it or not, this is perhaps one of the most important works ever written by a human being in the 100,000 years since we evolved from Africa. Realize that this book sets into motion a physics of the universe. Forces that control the motion of the planets. Forces which can be calculated. Forces which govern the motion of cannonballs, rockets, pebbles. Everything that moves according to the laws of motion and the calculus of Sir Isaac Newton. In fact, even today, when we launch our space probes, we don't use Einstein's equations. They only apply when you get near the speed of light or near a black hole. We use Newton's laws of gravity. They are so precise that when we shoot a space probe right past the rings of Saturn, we use exactly the same equations that Isaac Newton unraveled in the 1600s. That's why we've been able to unravel the secrets of the solar system, complements of the laws of motion of Isaac Newton. So what Newton did was not only did he set into motion the ability to calculate planets, he also set into motion a mechanics. Machines now operated upon well-defined laws. Newton's 3 laws of motion. The first law of motion says that objects in motion stay in motion forever unless acted on by an outside force. You see that in an ice skating rink. You shoot a puck and it goes all the way down forever unless acted on by an outside force. That's different from Aristotle's law of motion. Aristotle said objects in motion eventually stop because they get tired. The second law of motion says force is mass times acceleration, and that equation made possible the Industrial Revolution. Steam engines, locomotives, factories, machines, all of it due to the mechanics set into motion by Isaac Newton's second law of motion, force is equal to mass times acceleration. And then Newton had a third law of motion. For every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. That's the law of rockets. That's why we have rockets that can sail into outer space. So the lesson here is, when scientists unraveled the first force of the universe, gravity, that set into motion the Industrial Revolution. A revolution which toppled the kings and queens of Europe, which displaced feudalism, ushering in the modern age, all because a 23-year-old gentleman looked up and asked the question, does the moon also fall. You know, when I was a kid growing up in California, I would see pictures of the Empire State Building. And I said to myself, how could they possibly build such a big building and not know that it's going to fall? Why doesn't it fall? They didn't build scale models of the thing. You couldn't have an Empire State Building that big to test whether it's going to fall or not. How did they know ahead of time that that building wouldn't fall? And the answer is Newton's laws of motion. In fact, today I teach Newton's laws of motion, and you can actually calculate the forces on every single brick of the Empire State Building. Using Newton's second law of motion, force is mass times acceleration. When Newton unraveled the force of gravity, that was the first force. Now let's take a look at the second force, an even greater force which has touched all of our lives, and that is the electromagnetic force. Ever since humans saw lightning bolts light up the sky, ever since they were...
What's up, Caden Hamilton? Why don't you have your VC, man? Subscribe for the boy Young Camel Toe, man. Why do you not have your VC, dog? What happened to your VC, my man? VC, 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 hey. You bought the Legend Edition, man? I bought the regular Dame. I bought the Dame Lillard Edition, man. $60, man. We don't do VC. We don't need no VC, you know what I mean? I am VC, man. We started from a 60 overall. I ain't buying no VC. I'm now an 80 overall, man. That's 20 points. I got this game last Friday. In 1 week, I went from a 60 to an 80, man. Just playing my career, man. You could do it too, man. Just go to my career, man. You don't need that VC, man. Use that VC for animations and jump shot boosts, man. Ooh la la. Ooh, Steph Curry with the shot, boy. Ooh la la. You should have got the regular edition, man. Why would you give 2K all your money like that? Get the cheap option, man. The cheap option way better. What's your build, man? Caden, what is your build, man? What is your build this year, man? And do you want a 1v1, man? Do you want a 1v1 in my court? I'm not ready for park yet, man. I'm still trying to get my badges, but I will do a 1v1 with you.
Lights up in your bicycle lamp. By Isaac Newton's second law of motion, force is equal to mass times acceleration. And then Newton had a third law of motion. For every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. That's the law of rockets. That's why we have rockets that can sail into outer space. So the lesson here is...
So you a 60 overall? What? You ain't play no my career or nothing, man? Oh, man. I mean, we can still go to the my court. I'm only an 80 overall, man. I'm only an 80 overall, man. You don't need free VC, man. You don't need the 100, man. You can just go play my career, man. Just like me. I started off at 60, man. Now I'm an 80. And that was cool. As an 80 overall, you know, playing basketball. Green beans, Jack and the green stone. Penny stars on the moon. Oh, good move. Good move. That's what I'm talking about. Jack in the green sky. Jack. Ooh, he made that. In your face, son. Jack in the green sky. Penny stars going to the moon. Moon. Box of others. J.E. Blue night. Green for me. Almost over in the rain. Almost over in the rain. Now I made $2,000 this week. $2,000.
When scientists unraveled the first force of the universe, gravity, that set into motion the Industrial Revolution. A revolution which toppled the kings and queens of Europe, which displaced feudalism, ushering in the modern age, all because a 23-year-old gentleman looked up and asked the question, does the moon also fall? You know, when I was a kid growing up in California, I would see pictures of the Empire State Building. And I said to myself, how could they possibly build such a big building and not know that it's going to fall? Why doesn't it fall? They didn't build scale models of the thing. You couldn't have an Empire State Building that big to test whether it's going to fall or not. How did they know ahead of time that that building wouldn't fall? And the answer is Newton's laws of motion. In fact, today I teach Newton's laws of motion, and you can actually calculate the forces on every single brick of the Empire State Building. Using Newton's second law of motion, force is mass times acceleration. When Newton unraveled the force of gravity, that was the first force. Now let's take a look at the second force, an even greater force which has touched all of our lives, and that is the electromagnetic force. Ever since humans saw lightning bolts light up the sky, ever since they were terrified by the sound of thunder, they've been asking, do the gods propel lightning bolts and create thunder? Are they angry at us? Scientists began to realize that the lightning bolts and the thunder can be duplicated on the Earth, that we can actually create mini lightning bolts using electricity. But it wasn't until the 1800s that finally we began to unlock the second great force which rules the universe, the electromagnetic force. Michael Faraday would give Christmas lectures in London, fascinating everyone from adults to children. And he would demonstrate the incredible properties of electricity. Some people, for example, ask a simple question. If you're in a car or an airplane, you get hit by a lightning bolt, why don't you all get electrocuted? Why don't you all die? Well, Faraday answered the question. He would create a cage. He would walk into this steel cage, electrify it, and he wouldn't get electrocuted at all. That's called the Faraday cage. And every time you walk into a metal structure, you get shielded by this metal object. Well, what Michael Faraday did was he helped to unleash the second great revolution with something called Faraday's law. A moving wire in a magnetic field has its electrons pushed, creating an electrical current. That simple idea unleashed the electric revolution. And that's why we have hydroelectric generators, dams that can produce enormous amounts of power. That's why people build nuclear power plants. That's why we have electricity in this room right now. On a very small scale, you use that in your bicycle. When you put a bicycle lamp on your bicycle, the turning of the wheel spins a magnet. The magnet then pushes electrons in a wire, and that's why electricity lights up in your bicycle lamp. So in other words, electricity and magnetism were unified into a single force. We once thought that electricity and magnetism were separate. Now we know they are, in fact, the same force. So if a moving magnet can create an electric field. This means that a moving electric field can create a magnetic field. But if they can create each other, why can't they oscillate and create a wave? So that moving electric fields create magnetic fields, create electric fields, create magnetic fields, infinitum, to create a wave. Well, around the time of the American Civil War, a mathematical physicist, James Clerk Maxwell, calculated, using the work of Faraday, the velocity of this wave. And one of the greatest breakthroughs of all time, James Clerk Maxwell calculated the velocity of this wave and found out it was the velocity of light. And then he made this incredible discovery. This is light. That's what light is. It doesn't by accident travel at the speed of electricity. It is light itself. And the equations were written down by James Clerk Maxwell. Unfortunately, Michael Faraday himself did not have a formal education. He could not put into mathematical form his own work. James Clerk Maxwell was a theoretical physicist, just like myself. He wrote down the mathematical physics of oscillating electric fields and magnetic fields, and they are called Maxwell's equations. These equations have to be memorized by every physicist in grad school. You cannot get your PhD without memorizing these equations. Every engineer who deals with radar and radio has to memorize these equations. And so, if you go to Berkeley, where I got my PhD, you can buy a t-shirt which says, "In the beginning, God said, the four-dimensional divergence of an antisymmetric second-rank tensor equals 0, and there was light." Ladies and gentlemen, this is the equation for light. The consequences of the electromagnetic revolution touch all of us. This is a picture of the Earth from outer space. Look at this picture. Europe, electrified. You can actually see the fruits of all of our efforts to create electricity, to energize our lives in one picture, seeing the Earth from outer space. So let's now talk about how Faraday and Maxwell's work touches your life as well. This is the Internet. The Internet is a simple byproduct of the electromagnetic force, and you can see that where there is the Internet, there's prosperity. There is science. There's entertainment. There's economic activity. Where there's no Internet, there's poverty. And in the future, the Internet will be miniaturized and it'll be placed in your glasses. Your glasses will recognize people's faces and display their biography next to the image as you talk to them. And then when they speak Chinese to you, your glasses will translate Chinese into English and print out subtitles right beneath their image. So in the future, you will know exactly who you are talking to without even talking to them. And this means that at a cocktail party, if you're looking for a job, but you don't know who the heavy hitters are, in the future, you will know exactly who to suck up to. In the future, chips will only cost a penny, because we can manufacture tinier and tinier transistors. You will have Faraday's electromagnetic force inside your body. This is a pill. It has a chip in it. The chip is smaller than an aspirin pill. It also has a TV camera and a magnet. When you swallow it, the magnet guides the camera, taking pictures of your stomach, your intestines, because we all know what middle-aged men fear the most, colonoscopies. And this gives new meaning for the expression Intel inside. Now, let's talk about the next great forces which rule the universe. We talked about gravity, which allows us to calculate the motion of the planets. The mechanics created by Newton helped to unleash the Industrial Revolution. Michael Faraday worked out the electromagnetic force, which gave us the wonders of the electric age. And now let's talk about the nuclear age, the stars and the sun. People have been fascinated by the sun. Apollo was the god that strode across the heavens in his fiery chariot. But hey, when you calculate how long coal or oil will burn like the sun, you realize that in just a few hundred years, the sun would burn to a crisp. So what could possibly last for billions of years? there must be a new force, a nuclear force. Einstein and others helped to unravel the secret of the stars. The nuclear force comes in two types, weak and strong. The weak nuclear force governs radioactive decay. The strong nuclear force is one of the strongest forces in the entire universe. It's so strong, it holds our protons together ever since Genesis, the beginning of time. The equation which allows for the liberation of energy is Einstein's famous equation, E equals mc squared. What Einstein showed was that the faster you move, the heavier you get. So your weight is not a constant. When you move very rapidly, you get heavier, something which we measure every day in the laboratory. Now this means that the energy of motion transformed into mass, because you get heavier. Now listen carefully. The faster you move, the heavier you get, which means the energy of motion, E, turns into m, your mass. And the relationship between E and m is very simple. It takes 1 second to write it down on a sheet of paper. It is exactly E equals mc squared. So the nuclear force helped to explain the secret of the sun. But it also created a Pandora's box. Because inside the nucleus of the atom are particles. And when you smash these particles, what do you get? More particles. And when you smash them, what do you get? More particles. In fact, we are drowning in subatomic particles. Hundreds, thousands of subatomic particles every time we smash atoms. Now, we smash atoms using something called atom smashers or particle accelerators. I built my own particle accelerator when I was in high school. When I was in high school, I went to my mom one day, and I said, Mom, can I have permission to build a 2.3 million electron volt betatron particle accelerator in the garage? And my mom said, sure, why not? And don't forget to take out the garbage. So I went to Westinghouse, and as a high school kid, I asked for 400 pounds of transformer steel. I asked for 22 miles of copper wire, because I wanted to create a 6 kilowatt, 10,000 Gauss magnetic field to energize my atom smasher. With 22 miles of copper wire, how could you wind it? We did it on the high school football field. I put 22 miles of copper wire on the goalpost, gave it to my mother. She ran to the 50-yard line, unraveling the spool of wire. She gave it to my father, who then ran to the goalpost, and we wound 22 miles of copper wire on the high school football field. Well, finally, my atom smasher was ready. It consumed 6 kilowatts of power. That's every single ounce of power that my house could deliver. I plugged my ears, I closed my eyes, I turned on the power, and I heard this huge crackling sound as 6 kilowatts of power surged through my capacitor bank. And then I heard a pop, pop, pop sound as I blew out every single circuit breaker in the house. The whole house was plunged in darkness. My poor mom, every time she'd come home, she would see the lights flicker and die. And she must have wondered, why couldn't I have a son who plays baseball? Why can't he learn basketball? And for God's sake, why can't he find a nice Japanese girl? I mean, why does he have to build these machines in the garage? Well, these machines that I built in my garage earned the attention of a physicist, Edward Teller, father of the hydrogen bomb. And he arranged for me to get a scholarship to Harvard. And my career got a head start. He knew exactly what I was doing. I didn't have to explain to him that I was experimenting with antimatter. I was creating anti-electrons in my mom's garage and using atom smashers to eventually create beams of antimatter. Antimatter is the opposite of matter. It has the opposite charge. So an electron has negative charge. The positron or anti-electron has positive charge. This means that you can now create anti-molecules and anti-atoms. Anti-hydrogen was made at CERN outside Geneva, Switzerland, and also at Fermilab outside Chicago, where I have anti-electrons circulating around anti-protons. And in Brookhaven National Laboratory in Long Island, just recently, they detected anti-helium. We have 2 anti-protons with 2 anti-neutrons to create anti-helium. for every piece of matter, there's a counterpart which is made out of antimatter. And when the two collide, by the way, it releases the greatest energy source in the universe. It is 100% conversion of matter to energy by Einstein's equations, E equals mc squared. Inside the nucleus of the atom, we have particles upon particles when you smash them apart. In the 1950s, we were drowning in subatomic particles. In fact, J. Robert Oppenheimer, the father of the atomic bomb, once made a statement. He declared that the Nobel Prize in physics should go to the physicist who does not discover a new particle this year. That's how many particles were being discovered. So let's talk about the particle zoo. Right now, we physicists have unlocked hundreds, thousands of subatomic particles, and we've been able to piece them together into a jigsaw puzzle. It's called the Standard Model. It has 36 quarks, 19 free parameters, 3 generations of quarks, no rhyme, no reason, but this is the most fundamental basis of reality that we physicists have been able to construct. Billions of dollars, 20 Nobel Prizes have gone into the creation of the Standard Model, and it is the ugliest theory known to science, but it works. There's one piece missing, and that one piece that's missing is called the Higgs boson. We expect to find it. We want to create a higher version of this theory, and that theory, we think, is string theory. String theory is based on the simple idea that all the 4 forces of the universe, gravity, the electromagnetic force, and the 2 nuclear forces, can be viewed as music. Music of tiny little rubber bands. So if I had a super microscope and I could look right into the heart of an electron, what would I see? I would see a vibrating rubber band. And if I twang it, it turns into a neutrino. I twang it again, it turns into a quark. I twang it again, it turns into a Yang-Mills particle. In fact, if I twang it enough times, I get thousands of subatomic particles that have been cataloged patiently by physicists. String theory, we think, is a theory of everything. Now, string theory, in turn, can be summarized in an equation about an inch long. That's my equation. This is called string field theory. And how will we test it? We are building a machine, the biggest machine of science ever built in the history of the human race, outside Geneva, Switzerland. It is the Large Hadron Collider. So the Higgs boson, we think, will be created by the Large Hadron Collider. A tube 17 miles in circumference with 2 beams of protons circulating in opposite directions, then slamming together, creating a shower of particles. And among these particles, we hope to find the Higgs boson. But not only that, we hope to find particles even beyond the Higgs boson. The next set of particles beyond the Higgs boson are sparticles. The next layer of the jigsaw puzzle are called sparticles, superparticles, nothing but higher vibrations, higher musical notes of a vibrating string. And what else can we do? We can also unlock the secrets of the Big Bang. You see, Einstein's equations break down at the instant of the Big Bang and the center of a black hole. The 2 most interesting places in the universe are beyond our reach using Einstein's equations. We need a higher theory, and that's where string theory comes in. String theory takes you before the Big Bang, before Genesis itself. And what does string theory say? It says that there is a multiverse of universes. Where did the Big Bang come from? Well, Einstein's equations give us this compelling picture that we are like insects on a soap bubble, a gigantic soap bubble which is expanding, and we are trapped like flies on flypaper. We can't escape the soap bubble, and that's called the Big Bang theory. String theory says there should be other bubbles out there in a multiverse of bubbles. When 2 universes collide, it can form another universe. when a universe splits in half, it can create two universes, and that, we think, is the Big Bang. The Big Bang is caused either by the collision of universes or by the fissioning of universes. If there are other dimensions, if there are other universes, can we go between universes? Well, that, of course, is very hard. However, Alice in Wonderland gives us a possibility that maybe one day we might create a wormhole between universes. This is a wormhole. Think of taking a sheet of paper and putting two dots on it. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. But if I can fold that sheet of paper, then perhaps I can create a shortcut through space and time, called a wormhole. This is a genuine solution of Einstein's equations. We can actually see this in string theory. The question is, how practical is it to go through one of these things? We don't know. In fact, there's a debate among physicists today. Stephen Hawking, many physicists are jumping into the game of trying to figure out whether it's physically possible to go all the way through a wormhole. Because if you could, then you might be able to use this as a time machine. Since string theory is a theory of everything, it's also a theory of time. And time machines are allowed in Einstein's equations, but to build one is extremely difficult. Far more energy is required than a simple DeLorean with plutonium. You know, trillions of years from now, the universe is going to get awfully cold. We think the universe is headed for a big freeze. All the stars will blink out. Stars will cease to twinkle. The universe will be so big, it'll be very cold. At that point, all intelligent life in the universe must die. The laws of physics are a death warrant to all intelligent life. There's only one way to escape the death of the universe, and that is leave the universe. We are now, of course, entering the realm of science fiction, but at least we now have equations, the equations of string theory, which will allow us to calculate if it is possible to go through a wormhole, to go to another universe where it's warmer, and perhaps we can start all over again. If you were to summarize the march of physics over the last 10,000 years, It would be the distillation of the laws of nature into four fundamental forces: gravity, electricity, and magnetism, and the two nuclear forces. But then the question is there a fifth force? A force beyond the forces that we can measure in the laboratory. And believe it or not, there are physicists who've actually looked very carefully for a fifth force. Some people think maybe it's psychic phenomena. Maybe it's telepathy. Maybe it's something called psi power. Maybe it's the power of the mind. Maybe consciousness. Well, I'm a physicist. We believe in testing theories to make sure that they are falsifiable and reproducible. We want to make sure that on demand, your theory works every single time without exception. And if your theory fails one time, it's wrong. In other words, Einstein's theory has to work every single time without exception. One time, Einstein's theory is proven to be wrong, the whole theory is wrong. Well, so far, we can reproduce these four physical theories, but a fifth theory cannot be reproduced. We've looked for it. Some people think that maybe a fifth force may be short range, like not over the nucleus of the atom, but ranging over several feet. And we can't find any. We physicists in the last 10 years have discovered a new energy source larger than the galaxy itself. Dark energy. Realize that in our universe today, 73% of our universe, the matter and energy, 73% is in the form of dark energy, the energy of nothing. That's what's blowing the galaxies farther and farther apart. That's the energy of the Big Bang itself. Kids ask the question, if the universe banged, then what made it bang? And the answer is dark energy. 73% of the universe's energy is dark energy. 23% is dark matter. Dark matter is invisible matter. If I held it in my hand, it would go right through my hand. It holds a galaxy together. 23% of the universe is dark matter. Stars made out of hydrogen and helium make up 4% of the universe. And then what about us? We, the higher elements. We made out of oxygen, carbon, nitrogen, tungsten, iron. We make up 0.03% of the universe. In other words, we are the exception. The universe is mainly made out of dark energy. The universe is mainly made out of dark matter, overwhelming the stars, overwhelming the galaxies, in fact. And what is dark matter, which makes up 23% of the universe? No one knows. String theory gives us a clue, but there's no definitive answer. So in other words, for you young aspiring physicists out there in the audience, you may be saying to yourself right now, why should I go into physics? Because you guys already have a candidate for the unified field theory, right? Just realize that every single physics textbook is wrong. Every single physics textbook on the earth says that the universe is mainly made out of atoms, right? There it is. The universe is mainly made out of atoms. Wrong. In the last 10 years, we have come to the realization that most of the universe is dark. And there's a whole shelf full of Nobel Prizes for the young people who can figure out the secret of dark matter and dark energy. Let me give some advice to you if you are a young physicist, perhaps just getting out of high school. You have dreams of being Einstein, of dreams of working on string theory and stuff like that. And then you hit freshman physics. Let me be blunt. We physicists flunk most students taking elementary physics, and we're more or less encouraged to do so by the engineering department. We don't want to train engineers who make bridges that fall down. We don't want to create engineers that create skyscrapers that fall over. There's a bottom line. You have to know the laws of mechanics. So before you can work with the laws of Einstein, you have to work with the laws of friction, levers, pulleys, and gears. As a consequence, we have a very high flunk-out rate in elementary physics. So if you're a young physicist graduating from high school with stars in your eyes, and you encounter freshman physics for the first time, watch out. If you have a rough time, that's the way it is. I started out my life as an experimental physicist. Then I went to Harvard, and then I talked to my advisor, one of the world's greatest experimental physicists, Professor Pound, and he told me that maybe it's time to give it a rest. He said to me, Your skills are much better suited to what you love the most, which is theory, mathematics, the world of higher dimensions. And I realized that he was probably right. The thing about physics, or even science, that really intrigues me the most is to find the most fundamental basis for everything. Rather than trying to massage a theory or make a theory prettier, why not find out why it works? What makes it tick? And that's what I do for a living. I'm a theoretical physicist. Thank you very much.
They were the elite, the SAS of medieval knights in armor.
They thought they were invincible.
They would go in first. They would come out last.
Rich.
They were effectively multinational corporations.
The keepers of holy relics said to have mystical powers.
If you touched them, then you had a connection with God.
But when the Templar Knights were smashed by the French king,
it was medieval equivalent of a dawn police raid.
Their legendary treasure disappeared.
They found nothing.
Yet alluring and intriguing clues survive, shrouded in mystery.
They were fanatically secretive.
From ancient French castles and secret codes to an ingenious pit across the Atlantic.
If you try and get the treasure, you'll drown.
Could this be the tantalizing trail that leads to the lost treasure of the Knights Templar? Turn back the eternal tide of time by almost 1,000 years, and an enduring legend begins. A legend forged on the long and dangerous pilgrim route from Western Europe to the Holy Land and the hallowed city of Jerusalem. Travelers risked violence and even death at the hands of bandits who preyed on pilgrims around sacred Christian sites like the Sea of Galilee. A Russian monk who visited the region described the danger in 1106.
This place is very dreadful and dangerous. Many tall palm trees stand about the town like a dense forest. This place is terrible and difficult of access, for here live fierce pagan Saracens who attack travellers at the fords.
Travel along the roads was very dangerous because any lord who owned land by the side of the road reckoned it was his right to take toll off anyone that passed. Protection money, if you like. Some groups decided not to pay and fought. So notoriously, certain pilgrim groups didn't get to Jerusalem because they were either cut to pieces or taken prisoner.
Amid the turbulent times of the early Crusades, a small group of devout French knights appeared in Jerusalem, willing to dedicate their lives to Christ.
The country needed fighters, not just men that prayed. And so, the later accounts say, they went to the Patriarch of Jerusalem, the head of the church in Jerusalem, and said, we want to do something to help Christendom. We are knights. And he said, for your sins, I order you to protect the pilgrim roads.
These were highly trained fighters. The knights were at the top of the medieval military machine. They were the medieval equivalent of a tank. A fully armed knight on a horse, which was also armoured. It was pretty formidable, so it could have only taken 1 or 2 knights to protect a road and keep it fairly safe.
They became known as the Knights Templar, after basing themselves on part of Jerusalem's historic Temple Mount.
Apparently the Templars asked to be based in the Al-Aqsa Mosque, which they referred to as the Temple of Solomon.
They believe that it went back to the reign of King Solomon, that great wise king of ancient Israel.
The Temple of Solomon had been destroyed by the Romans in 70 AD during the Jewish uprising. So nothing was left, but it was an area steeped in mythology. Solomon was famously the wisest of all men.
Once called the Poor Knights of Christ, the Templars became rich, enjoying papal privileges, lucrative tax breaks and lavish donations.
The Templars became very rich because people in the West heard about what they were doing and thought, great, I want to help. So they gave them money. They left the money in their wills. They gave them land, which raised their income.
They even created their own kind of bank and the equivalent of a modern traveller's check to protect pilgrims' money.
The Templars did develop a system whereby you handed in your money. For example, in Paris, you got a chip that said this money has gone in, you present your chip when you arrive in Acre, and you could have your money back again.
The Templars had become rich and influential in cities across Europe. For the pious, envious, cash-strapped French king Philip the Fair, the knights had become a threat, rivals to his authority that had to be eliminated.
Philip was determined to destroy the order and would stop at nothing to achieve his ends.
The mighty order of knights would be brought down by charges of the most heinous of crimes: heresy.
He had installed spies in the order. He got people to join the order, and they were reporting back to Philip saying strange things are going on.
A month before the arrests, secret instructions were sent out to the king's officials, the baillie and the seneschals in the various parts of France, and they were instructed the Templars were to be arrested at dawn on Friday the 13th of October, and nothing was to be said about this beforehand. So it was a dawn swoop.
The medieval equivalent of a dawn police raid. It was a very slick operation that was carried out seemingly without any warning. Almost all the Templars in France were arrested.
Well, yes, psychology is not a modern invention. It was well known in the Middle Ages that if you want to catch somebody off guard, dawn, when they're still in bed, is the best time to get them.
And the Templars were arrested on this Friday the 13th, something which shocked people, as they were a very powerful and established group, and there were literally hundreds of those centres. And this event was so shocking that to this day, the idea of Friday the 13th in France is synonymous with bad luck.
Thrown into prison and tortured, many confessed to shocking crimes of heresy.
Philip the Fair, he was very clever with his spin doctors. He'd got them to confess, under torture of course, that they denied Christ and spat on the cross.
The charges of heresy were stitched up. These were standard charges brought against other people that the King of France wanted to get rid of and get their money.
The Pope was also threatened by the French king's inquisitors and was forced to dissolve the Order of the Templar Knights in 1312. Several years later, after languishing in prison, the Templars' elderly Grand Master Jacques de Molay was burnt to death as a heretic.
He suddenly showed a huge amount of resolve. He's also said by some chroniclers to have called the Pope and King Philip to meet him before God within the year to account for their actions. This has become known as the curse of Jacques de Molay, and it came true, apparently. The Pope died on the 20th of April, just a month later, of a stomach complaint, and Philip himself died before the end of that year. He died in November 1314 in a hunting accident. He was a fanatical huntsman, and at this time he didn't come back from the hunt.
The place where Jacques de Molay was burnt alive, together with one of his companions, can still be seen in Paris today. Two tomb-shaped portals mark the spot where the life of the last Grand Master was extinguished. But some 700 years on, the legend of the Templars continues to thrive. Myths that have swirled around them through time tell of fantastic treasures and divine relics found deep in the ruins of Solomon's fabled temple.
The idea that the Templars were digging into the Temple Mount is a modern one. Nobody at the time wrote about that. And I think the Templars would have talked about it had they been doing it as well, because they like to advertise their activities as a way of raising money.
During some excavations carried out in the 19th century, a tunnel was discovered, which has been dubbed the Templar Tunnel. It's not beyond the realms of possibility that the Templars could have discovered something whilst renovating their part of the temple platform. If they were interested in the legends of King Solomon, one of the stories about Solomon was his fabulous wealth. Apart from his wisdom, he also had a lot of gold. And we know that the treasure of the temple was actually gold and silver and precious stones and so on, which after 70 AD, when the Romans destroyed the temple, went missing.
Could such legendary riches, excavated from the heart of the Holy Land, still lie hidden in a secret Templar treasury? Links between the Knights Templar and legendary holy relics have some foundation. Evidence recently uncovered suggests the Templars hid the Shroud of Turin, said to hold an image of the crucified body of Christ. Could the Templars have secretly removed such treasures from the Paris temple before their arrest in 1307?
when Philip's men went into the Paris Temple on that Friday morning, all they found basically were Templars. They didn't find any treasure troves, no storerooms or chests full of gold.
The hunt for the fabled lost treasure of the Knights Templar had begun. According to one alluring tale, a band of French knights escaped before Philip's dawn raid, taking their hoard of treasure west, towards England and a former Templar fortress at Gisors. Perched on a huge mound, or motte, it was here that some Templars found themselves imprisoned in their own tower. Etched into the walls of the so-called Prisoner's Tower, ancient graffiti can still be seen at Gisors, including enigmatic symbols interpreted by some as clues pointing to the Templars' lost treasure. A chariot, which may have been used to transport riches and biblical relics, and mysterious figures of what appear to be North American Indians. The former Templar stronghold has attracted many visitors through the ages, including a Victor Hugo. But was it the prolific creative artist who wrote Les Miserables who signed his name in the ancient walls?
One has to wonder if it was just someone else who engraved Victor Hugo's name. Luckily, we know that Victor Hugo wrote that he really did visit Gisors, and that the site had a profound effect on him. In fact, he details that he carved his name twice at the castle.
Victor Hugo was not the only one to be enchanted by the enigmatic Templar castle at Gisors. A caretaker, Roger Lemoine, moved into the fortress in 1929. He sparked a sensation and a frantic hunt for the legendary lost treasure.
This is where he worked and lived, and he knew the legends told in the area about the treasure which might be a Templar treasure. Clearly he was impressed, so impressed that he started to search. Imagine being in his place. The end of the day comes, the castle is closed, and he is alone. So he starts digging, and he will do whatever he needs to do, taking his time. He even asked for permission from the town hall to excavate, and the town hall told him, yes, go on, excavate. If you find something, then we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. So he pushes ahead. The Germans come and seize the castle. He's very worried, but in spite of everything, he carries on. It becomes his obsession. He keeps going and searching. He carries on searching. The war ends, and the Germans leave, and he keeps going. He keeps searching. And one day he is digging above us here in the dungeon. He digs an amazing pit, and there he finds something.
Roger Lemoine claimed to have found an underground chapel crammed with vast riches. In lurid detail, he described an elaborate vault with 19 stone sarcophagi, each 2 meters long, and 30 chests full of precious metal, none other than the Templars' lost treasure. He alerted the local authorities, but when a town committee investigated the dig, all they saw was a hole in the ground.
When people arrive to check what he has told them, all they see is a pit that has not been securely supported, and which has been constructed in levels. It does not seem stable, and looks as though it's going to collapse. 2 people nevertheless try to go down, but come back again quickly, for fear of being buried alive.
The head of the local fire brigade was one of those who risked their lives to investigate the pit. Once safely back on the surface, he reported a tantalizing clue.
One of the things the chief fireman was reported to have said was that he threw a stone in and that he did hear an echo. But at no point did he say that it was an underground room. He just said that he heard an echo, and that is the only testimony that confirms that Lemoine did find a cavity.
Despite the fire chief's fascinating report, local authorities ordered that the unstable pit should be filled in as soon as possible. The caretaker, who claimed to have found a vast Templar crypt filled with treasure, was also sacked and expelled from the castle. The pit was filled, but the legend of lost Templar treasure could not be buried. Then, in the 1960s, a popular book sparked renewed interest in the so-called secret chapel. The French culture minister ordered a full-scale excavation.
It is highly probable that André Malraux was persuaded of the presence of something within the motte, and he then ordered archaeologists to come and start digging. And in the first instance they agreed, since there was a possibility of finding something. Some searches were made, but very quickly the archaeologists announced that it was not possible for the motte to be hiding an empty cavity. But Malraux insisted very strongly on carrying on the searches, digging, etc. As the archaeologists ran out of money to carry on this task, after a while they decided to stop working on this site. And this is when André Malraux decided to send in the army.
The army battled through excavations at the motte for more than a month. At the end of the operation came a curt report. The result was negative. But once again, the legend of the Templars' lost treasure refused to die, despite the lack of any real evidence.
The military forces acted as military forces do. So they sealed the perimeter and they dug and evacuated the earth, which is the origin of the theory of trucks carrying off the treasure buried in the mount. The fact that we are forgetting is that they never found a construction. If it existed, they would have found it, but nothing was found.
There's no evidence anything was actually found at Gisors. Stories circulate, but when you look at the stories, they're contradictory. Nothing's actually been produced that says this was found at Gisors. So it's another one of these treasure hunter stories. Intriguing, but when you dig in there, there's nothing there.
But why would the discredited caretaker Roger Lemoyne invent such a lurid story of a secret Templar chapel? One person who knew the caretaker suggests he was acting on real information, meaning that somewhere, somehow,
maybe there is a little bit of an element of truth in it somewhere. If an alien comes, it's such a fantastic thing. Something absolutely new entered our life. Human beings have always been doing incredible things, but they never got the media.
Lots of good technology and tools with them long back. What's your thought about it?
Because normally when you say God, people will look up, so they must be aliens. Obviously not residing on this planet, so they must be aliens. I know theories and theories are going around. Anything that you cannot explain that's happened on this planet, you want to invent a fantastic story that somebody else must have come and done this. I'm not saying that is not at all possible either, but I think 95% of it is just loose imagination. There is a 5% element of truth to it. I cannot deny it after having been to Manasarovar and Kailash. It's a living confrontation. it's a living encounter, so I cannot deny it, but everything that you cannot explain thinking that somebody else from somewhere came and did this, this is an ancient problem continuing till today. If you don't know how something happened in your life, it must be him who did it. You know, somebody else is always responsible for all the things that we don't know how. I think it's 95% conjecture. Maybe there is a little bit of an element of truth in it somewhere, maybe. But instead of going off into these fanciful thoughts and philosophies and belief systems that you start seeing aliens floating around in your cities, when they come and introduce themselves, okay, till they come and introduce themselves, that they come, stand here and say, Sadhguru, this is me, I've come from Mars. Till then we can ignore them, really. Till then you can ignore them. Because I know you've been watching Hollywood movies and they're going to come and attack you and you have to prepare right now. You have to build an army to fight the aliens. Somebody is making money on building this fanciful thought in your head. Even you have to fight wars with stars? I thought you could do something better. I thought you could do at least something better outside this planet. You're not able to settle your prejudices and, anger and hatred we have generated against people. If you're not able to drop it, I thought at least with aliens we could welcome them and have a party with them. But no, with stars also wars. I don't think so. If an alien comes, it's such a fantastic thing. Something absolutely new entered our life. There may be so much gossip. Huh? And you could share so many things, your insights into the local juice. They may have their juice. It could be a fantastic encounter. You're talking about they came and built this, they came and built the pyramids, they came and built the Mayan temples, they came and built the Indian Kailash temple, it's going on. In India there is a temple called the Kailash temple, where this was not built, it was cut into a mountain from the top, okay? They took out some 4 million tons of rock. I want you to understand what I'm saying. It's like, let's say this entire thing was a rock and they carved this hall out of that rock. Like this they carved the temple, which is 3 floors, with elaborate carvings, and from the top. It's very difficult for any sculptor to work from the top down, okay? But they worked sculptures like this, hundreds of stone images and 3 floors of temple. It is one of the most incredible things that human beings have done on this planet. I don't want to give away the credit to the aliens. When I first visited this Kailash temple, I felt proud of being a human being. Because 4 generations of people, 135 years, maybe 5 generations or 6 generations of people, 135 years, they worked to the same plan, okay? Just with hammer and chisel, 4 million tons of rock was removed and they built a temple. Nothing was built, everything was carved out of the mountain, not this way, from the top down. It is the most incredible piece of engineering and craftsmanship that human beings have displayed on the planet. When I went there, my chest swelled. There's so many things that human beings are doing that we should feel ashamed of. But there are many things they have done that we can be really proud of. I don't want to give away credit to the aliens. No human beings did it. Human beings have always been doing incredible things, but they never got the media. Only those who did horrible things got the media. Even today, isn't it? So, it doesn't matter who did it, aliens did it, human beings did it. What the hell are we doing as a generation of people is very important. Are we going to create something in this world where future generations will look back and say, wow, these 21st generation people did such fantastic things. Something that will make them proud of being human, not ashamed of being human. Let's do something like that.
Our universe as a set of equations, a set of understanding that describes the big stuff, and a whole different set of understanding that describe the small stuff. Yet the universe is one thing, and the small stuff makes up the big stuff. So there must be a unified understanding of physics out there. In ancient knowledge, in ancient civilization, in ancient wisdom, there was that unified view. It was usually, in most of these civilizations, gathered around one simple principle. A principle that said that at the base of creation, there is a fundamental energy. They called it chi, they called it prana, the Egyptian called it ka, and it was the source of all creation. It was at the base of all the physics we observe and the forces. Nothing could happen without that energy. The problem there is that we started to divide all the science into pieces, smaller and smaller pieces. Scientists could have a very focus on, one little piece of the puzzle. And what happens when we do that is we lose the global view. We lose the holistic view of the system. We lose the connection between all of the pieces of the puzzle. We don't necessarily understand how cosmology affects biology, how quantum theory affects awareness or consciousness. So everything becomes discontinuous. We've lost the ability to have a unified view of the mechanics of our universe, never mind a unified view of our existence in it, or even of our relationship with each other. We can do something over here and it's not affecting anything over there because they're not related. When we see, in fact, in natural system, that everything seems to be interrelated and interconnected. So in order to unify physics, we must find what is the point of unification. And that's where ancient civilization had this link between the two, had this fundamental understanding of unification of the forces of nature, and it came from this fundamental view that space-time is a energy that connects everything. Think of space as being full instead of empty. And think of the stuff in space as being part of this fullness of space. Not something separate, but something that emerged from this energy in space. In modern physics, we have all these principles, these forces, for instance, gravity, electromagnetism, the strong force, the weak force. But at the base of modern physics, there is nothing that explains where these forces come from. For instance, we have no physics to describe the origin of even the Big Bang, the emergence of our universe, the emergence of space-time. Never mind what is the structure of space-time made of. To me, this was a big hole in our understanding. It's like we wrote modern physics in mid-air without a foundation, without knowing what's producing all this. And when we try to solve quantum equations for the field at the very, very fine level of the structure of space, we found that there was almost infinite amount of energy there. And we called it vacuum fluctuations. So it's a little deceiving because when you think vacuum, you're thinking empty. You're not thinking full.
What science has found is that when we look at the vacuum, at the very fine level of the quantum state, the vacuum is fluctuating with an almost infinite amount of energy, a significantly large number, 10 grams per centimeter cubed. The vacuum density, better known as the Planck density at the quantum scale, is enormous. 10 to the 93 grams per centimeter cubed is more than if we take all the stars in the universe, all the galaxies combined, and compress them down to 1 centimeter cubed. Imagine how energetic that would be.
Well, that's still 30 orders or 39 orders of magnitude less dense than the density of the energy of the electromagnetic fluctuation at the state of the vacuum in the quantum world. Well, imagine if I looked at all of the frequencies, all of the wavelength of all the electromagnetic field in the space, in the field between us, and I tried to analyze where does it stop? How short then can the wavelength get, right? Well, when I add all this up in quantum field theory, I get almost an infinite amount of energy fluctuation in the space. You could think of that energy as a fundamental source of creation. In certain words, in certain tradition, it could be called God. It has all the same attributes. If you ask someone, what would you describe God as? Typically, they'll say omniscient, omnipotent. It's everything. It knows everything. Power of everything. Right? If this energy is there, and it's truly the source of the material world, then it could be described as the God force, right? Or the energy that creates all of the world, all of creation. The only difference, and this is an important distinction, is that the fluctuation, the energy of this energy, is actually the result of all things in the universe interacting with each other. It's not coming from somewhere else. It is the source of everything interacting with each other from infinitely big to infinitely small. It's a continuum of interaction. The whole thing is one thing. There's not matter here and space here. There is this fundamental energy in various dynamics of it producing the effects that we see as gravity, as matter, as electromagnetism, as electricity, and so on. And so now we start to get a unified view of this fundamental concept. When we analyze a system in physics, we tend to assume that the system is isolated from all other systems in the universe. And so it creates this view that that is very artificial relative to the universe, because, for instance, in the universe we see a lot of evidence of the contrary. We see a lot of evidence of the universe producing order.
Look at a human being, for example. There are between 30 to 40 trillion cells, all functioning together perfectly. They divide at the rate of 2.5 million cells per second, with 37,000 billion chemical reactions every second, managing the entire body's system.
Highly organized, thermodynamic, carnal engine. You burn at almost 100 Fahrenheit 24/7, for all of your life, expending energy in a very coherent way. Any variation of those variables, any variation of your temperature, of the chemistry of your body and all, and you're having a really bad day. So there's a lot of evidence of order. Look at biology around the planet, the interrelationship of all the species and all this very complex, highly ordered systems. So it's not isolated. The system is not isolated. When I calculate the energy or efficiency of a turbine in a hydroelectric dam, I calculate the gravitational potential of the water in the lake above it, and I calculate the water going down, into the turbine, and then the entropy of the turbine transferring that gravitational potential into electricity. And then I assume this to be a closed system, and I say, oh, I have missed one part of the equation. And if I open the box, I take the system out of isolation, and I open the box, I realize that the water continues to go down the river, and because the sun is shining and the earth is spinning, the water is being evaporated, and then it's raining down or snowing down, and it's flowing back into my lake. And now I realize there's a continuous energy exchange where I am only looking, if I only look at the turbine, at my little device in that greater dynamics of the flow of creation.
Another way to understand the interrelationship of highly ordered systems is to examine the concept of ether.
Typically, when we talk about ether in modern physics, people are referring to this ancient concept of an ether that has fluid dynamics. And it's used by Newton to describe gravity, and eventually James Clerk Maxwell to describe the electromagnetic field, Maxwell's equations, that was discarded by the Michelson and Marley experiments, and that has no validity anymore. There is a problem in this way this experiment was done. That is, an interferometer with the precision that was able to achieve at the time would not be able to detect an ether that is occurring at the Planck scale, where we describe this vacuum fluctuation occurring. This is a scale that's billions and billions and billions of times smaller than an atom.
The concept suggests that if there is ether, the drag of this ether should be measurable as the Earth moves through it. Think of frame dragging. Frame dragging is an effect on space-time, predicted by Einstein's general theory of relativity, that is due to non-static, stationary distributions of mass energy. A stationary field is one that is in a steady state, but the masses causing that field may be non-static or rotating, for instance.
But imagine that if the drags of these frames is very, very, very fine near the surface, it would be very difficult to detect. Now, do we know that the frames are dragging, as in space-time dragging behind the planet? We do. We measured it now. But we didn't measure it with an interferometer on the surface of the planet like Michelson and Marley. We measured it with a laser, being emitted from the surface of the planet to a satellite in orbit, so that there would be enough distance that we could measure the frame dragging. And because the ether was removed and space-time was introduced, and then space-time predicted frame dragging, and we measured the frame dragging, but the frame dragging measurements was never reunified with the concept of the ether. So people in physics, when they talk about ether, they think of this thing that is ancient and that we don't use anymore in physics. But in fact, we both have vacuum fluctuation at the quantum level in physics that act very much like an ether, and we have measured the frame dragging of space-time, which would be the drag of the ether. So just to be clear, frame dragging that has been measured in space-time, frame dragging of space-time, may be actually the drag of the ether that we are measuring. So people talk about space, they talk about matter in the space, right? And then they talk about ether. And they might even talk about gravity being the curvature of space. I believe from what we found that actually all these things are the same thing, right? When we look at matter, what are we looking at? Well, we're looking at 99.9999999% space, right? So space and matter is not very different. There is only 0.0000001% difference, and when we look at what makes up matter really closely, the stuff that's not the space, all we see is electrostatic fields or electromagnetic fields interacting. So really it's just all space with electrostatic field interacting. And if the space is not empty, then that means that it's all ether, and that the electromagnetic or electrostatic field that we see as matter is just a function of the dynamics of that ether, and that gravity is the function of that ether, and so on. Now, it's more appropriate to describe it as quantum fluctuations. So we can change the terminology, but we're talking about fluctuations at the quantum scales in the space that is the source of everything. And it's really hard to wrap your head around it, because we have a tendency to isolate space from matter, from mass, from gravity, from electromagnetic field. We have all these little boxes, but what we're finding is that all these boxes, and we have solved these equations now. I'm about to publish a whole new set of equations that are expansion from earlier equations that I wrote, that solves all this, gives the correct values for masses, for charge, for gravity, for all the things we see in the universe, including galaxies, clusters, stars, universes, temperatures. And so it's unified. We have solved this, and we're about to publish it. But as well, the center part has been solved, showing that there is no differences between these things. You cannot get mass without space, and you can't get space curving without mass, and you can't get mass and space without electromagnetic fields, and that they're all connected through this dynamic structure of the quantum vacuum fluctuations. So to understand some of the intricacies that were developed in the beginning of quantum physics, and the misconception that emerged as a result of the loss of this fundamental energy in the space, this ether, one of the best examples is the Copenhagen interpretation of the double-slit experiment.
The Copenhagen interpretation was first posed by physicist Niels Bohr in 1920. It says that a quantum particle doesn't exist in one state or another, but in all of its possible states at once. It's only when we observe its state that a quantum particle is essentially forced to choose one probability, and that's the state that we observe. Since it may be forced into different observable states each time, this explains why a quantum particle behaves erratically.
So we were shooting particles at the slit, and we got one result on the backboard where the particles were being recorded. And we put two slits, and we got a different result. All of a sudden, instead of particles, it appeared like waves. And then we tried to put an instrument there to try to figure out what was happening with the particles that was making those results, and then we got a third result. And so, all of a sudden it was confusion, and because it was thought that all of a sudden we don't know if a particle can be a particle or a wave, and when they're measured it changes them, and so it was like all this seems so unusual. And certainly with the loss of the concept of the ether, it was not easy to explain. Well, there's another way to interpret the double slit experiment. The fact that if you shoot one particle at the slit, it makes little dots on the backboard as if it's particle. And if you put two slits, it makes wave interaction on the backboard as if it was a wave all of a sudden, is most likely because when you move a particle in a field that acts like a fluid, you're making waves. So of course the particles appears to be a particle and a wave. This is thought to be a theory that was developed by a great French physicist, Louis de Broglie, that worked with Bohm as well, and that Bohm brought forward as well later on. And de Broglie said, well, this can be described in fluid dynamics. And it was called the pilot wave theory. And so it was not until actually recently that it was realized that if you put little beads of silicone on a surface of silicone fluid and you shoot those beads at a slit and put one slit and then you put two slits, you'll get all the same result. Just like a boat on the ocean makes wave, when you have two slits, the wave goes through the second slit and interact with the waves of the first slit, and it creates interference pattern. So all of a sudden, instead of all this quantum woo, you can explain the double slit experiment with simple fluid dynamics of a fundamental ether in the space. And the part in which when you make a measurement it changes it is because anything that's in that vacuum fluctuation field will make waves as well. So when you put something there to make the measurement, you're making waves in the field. So these waves interact or interfere with the wave of the particle, and now you get a third result. And so this all can be explained, including quantum tunneling and all the effects we see that led to the Copenhagen interpretation can be explained with pilot wave theory and the concept that space is not empty and it's full. Now, for some people that are into consciousness study, trying to understand awareness and all this, which uses the double slit experiment and the Copenhagen interpretation to prove that consciousness has an impact on matter, that might seem discouraging. That all of a sudden, oh, this was the bad interpretation, and actually it's just because it's a fluid. Well, actually, it leads to a better understanding on how consciousness or awareness can influence the field, because it shows that the field is influenced by everything influencing everything. It's not consciousness influencing the particle or the particle influencing consciousness. It's all influencing all. All you have is this fundamental field, and when it moves, it changes things, it modifies things, and it produces forces, and it produces masses, and it does all these stuff. And I just want to make clear that I'm not just talking about philosophically here. These equations have been solved. We can show this in experiments. We can show that now, with this new view, when we reintroduce, the ether in terms of quantum fluctuation in the vacuum, and we solve this equation, now we start to find the foundation of mass, the foundation of gravity, the foundation of electromagnetism, and so on. Another example on how physics get fragmented and then the pieces get lost and not put back together. This is really important. It's at the foundation of our understanding of quantum theory, and it's now at the leading edge of our understanding of relativity, and that is black body radiation. Quantum theory started when actually Max Planck was trying to understand the filament of a light bulb a little better, so we could make better light bulbs. And he was using classical theory at the time to try to describe the temperature, the heat, or the radiation that comes off the filament of a light bulb. And these earlier equations said that the light bulb should emit an infinite amount of radiation in the ultraviolet spectrum. Now, this was deemed the ultraviolet catastrophe. And so it was a big problem. Max Planck went at it and tried to solve it. And the only thing he could come up with was adding this weird fudge factor in the equation that basically quantized the electromagnetic field or the radiation of a black body.
All objects with a temperature above absolute zero emit energy in the form of electromagnetic radiation. A black body is a theoretical or model body which absorbs all radiation falling on it, reflecting or transmitting none. It is a hypothetical object which is a perfect absorber and a perfect emitter of radiation over all wavelengths.
He found that if he added this little quantity, which eventually became the Planck's constant, it would quantize the radiation or the heat coming off this black body and give the correct answer for the emission spectra of a light bulb. And so he said, he published it. He thought it was atrocious. He said, hopefully there'll be a better solution found, because it was not instinctively correct, right? It didn't seem right, because it basically said that radiation comes off in little packets, right? That it was quantized. Eventually, Einstein used this concept to describe the photoelectric effect, where he said these little quantities, he called photons, are knocking electrons out of semiconductors and creating the electric effect that we measure. And this is actually what Einstein got the Nobel Prize on. This whole part of physics in quantum theory developed independently than the part in which Einstein was writing the equation for gravity, which is called general relativity. In that part of the equation, something emerged that was similar, but that was found so far removed from the black body radiation of quantum theory that it was never associated with it. And that is that when you solve Einstein field equations at the cosmological level, you find that space-time can make objects that are now called black holes, which is very similar to a box that would absorb all the light. A black hole is a region of space in which the density is so high, the energy density is so high, that light cannot emerge from it. It just falls in. And so all light incident on a black hole is absorbed, just like a black body. A black hole is a perfect black body. The thing is, when a black hole absorbs, it radiates a little bit of heat as well. So it is like a black body in quantum theory. And so the black holes were never confirmed until the early 90s, right? Einstein didn't believe they could exist, although his equation predicted them. They were not called black holes until, John Wheeler coined them black holes, which is much later. So basically, these two concepts were never put together. But think about it. If science was not fragmented, eventually these two phenomena would be put together and realize, wow, maybe the quantum world is related to black hole physics. Maybe subatomic particles are mini black holes. And this is why the constant we use, which is Planck's constant, which is based on black body radiation, maybe this is why it acts that way, is because those are mini black holes. And all of a sudden, you would start to get a sense that, there's a common relationship between the subatomic world and the cosmological world that has to do with black hole physics. So this last example is a very clear example of how fragmented physics can lead to fragmented thoughts about our universe and divisions between the small and the big. But what is the common thread there? The common thread is that maybe when we look at black holes, when we look at subatomic particles, when we look at the dynamics of the world from the very small to the very big, we're just looking at the dynamics of a spinning fluid of space. That we're just looking at the ether dynamics from very small to very big, acting, in different ways, but all from the same source, all from the same perspective.
What we call a black hole, according to Nassim Haramein, is simply the center of the vortex of a tornado of ether.
And depending on the size of the vortex, that center singularity at the center of that vortex is either big and we see it in cosmology, or it's really small because it's a really small vortex and we see it as a subatomic particle. But it's all ether spinning. And this is the part that we have to understand better. And as we do, then we can develop technology that will completely transform our energy resources on our planet, our capacity to survive some of these larger difficulties that we are experiencing today with our environment, with our population, and with our understanding of each other, of the world around us, and the universe as a whole. So in this series, we are going to examine all these.
Experiences that each of us do have each day. We're all growing, and hopefully we are growing far more intelligent and insightful, and looking at the spiritual aspects of our life. That's a very important feature of being alive, is to not just live for the material world today, but start asking serious questions about where were you before you were born, and where will you be after you leave here, this earth, and what is the reason for our human life, and why are we learning so many hard lessons the hard way? There seems to be some sort of an overshadowing presence in the universe that men have called God, or some sort of an ultimate spiritual presence that is leading or directing our evolution. And if that be the case, which it seems to be, then maybe there is some hope yet for the human race. If enough people begin to wake up, spiritually speaking, and begin to look at their lives spiritually, then there might be hope for us yet, because this is why we are in the shape we're in today, because we are living in this me generation. And this generation that only cares about feeding itself and taking care of itself and enjoying itself, never realizing you have responsibilities to the world that you live in, and to help your fellow man, to grow and to help educate other people. I can speak for myself in relation to the idea of why do we seek wisdom and spiritual knowledge. I have always understood that I have questions within myself that others can't answer. And for me, looking at these questions, they make a lot of sense to me. Why this and why that? Why does this happen? So I have learned that to think deeply on these spiritual questions of life opened me up to a whole world of knowledge, because I realize how much I don't know. And I am also well aware of the spiritual implications of the laws in the universe around us. There are certain things you can do in this world and things you cannot do. And you will pay a terrible price for doing the things you're not supposed to do. And I am totally convinced that there is some sort of an overshadowing force in the world that wants us to grow. And this concept is even in Christianity, where you hear talk about good angels and bad demons and bad angels, implying that there are good forces, unseen forces out there, and then there are bad. And we know that there is something called good and bad. And there are certain things in all society which are known to be bad and evil. I tend to think that there is something to this idea of reincarnation. And the reason why is because it is pretty much agreed upon by so many of the ancient religions and philosophers and great teachers of the world. My gut feeling is that we do come into this world with baggage from other lifetimes, and this is why we begin to become who we are, because of who we were before. Another part of that story is that we before we came and incarnated on this earth, that we chose a particular lifestyle, we're told and given to understand, and that we chose our own parents before we came here. I understand the spirit world not enough to know that it's very possible that we were in a spiritual state and then we incarnated into a physical state. Now the rest of it is up for speculation. I'm totally convinced that there are very legitimate and real otherworldly, I choose to call it, otherworldly forces, spirit forces, demonic forces. There is no doubt in my mind about, because I've had too many personal experiences that tells me and proves to me that somebody's watching us, somebody's watching the human family. The very history of how America was founded, and the founding fathers, so to speak, what vision they had when they were putting together the idea to found this country. What was their vision? What were they thinking? And what were they actually working toward? And now that gets into the subject of Freemasonry, to the secret sciences like alchemy and political. There's a lot of political stuff in there too. You have to be careful about secret societies, because these different societies become very powerful, very wealthy, but they have an agenda. They have a particular agenda that they're trying to create or to bring into being, and therefore they will build the whole world around you. And you accept what, when you're a child, a baby, you come into the world and you just accept everything. And if you don't grow up, you just, as a grown person, you just accept whatever there is because that's the way it is. But that's not the way it is. And you keep in mind that there were secret societies that were involved in founding this country. And who were they? And what were they trying to do? You have to know secret societies to understand why there are so many different symbols and emblems in Washington, D.C. and around the world. Because it's different groups, societies, that are working towards certain agenda, and they are putting symbols out that represent their agenda. We know that even in gangs, and when you drive to neighborhoods like Los Angeles, and there are scribblings on the walls and gangs, those symbols mean something. And if you're in a gang, you know what those symbols mean. They're telling you something. Whoever is controlling that area, that's their symbols. And that's a whole study that you need to get into, studying the occult symbols of power in this world. They're used as a means to communicate and to influence you, or to connect you with the spiritual world that they represent. So let's start with a religious symbol, and that is an ancient Phoenician god that was very important in the Middle East some 5,000 years ago. That god was called Dagon, D-A-G-O-N. Dagon was a fish god. Interesting how he has evolved into today's world of religion. Dagon is still very much alive with the world today. First of all, everyone knows that Christianity is founded on the worship of Jesus Christ. That is accepted around the world. And most people believe that the Vatican is the center for the worship of Jesus, the God of Christianity. However, millions of people also believe that the Pope of Rome is leading the Christians to worship Jesus throughout the world. But my question is, who is the Pope leading the worship of? The first symbol that I want to talk about is the headdress that the Pope or the Bishop of Rome wears. That headdress is very interesting and has quite a history to it. That Pope's headdress is called Pope's mitre, The Pope's mitre, we've seen it in many different shapes, but they're always basically the same shape. The Pope's mitre. It's an official headdress worn only by the Pope, or supposedly only by the Pope. But we need to understand that that symbol goes back at least 5,000 years. So what we need to know and what we need to keep in mind is that this strange and interesting headdress of hat that the Pope wears is impacted by a god named Dagon. Dagon was a god of the Philistines, and Dagon comes from the word dag, which means fish. So Dagon was a fish god. And here we have pictures of another fish god named Anis, same god, but was worshipped in different countries under different names. So we have a god who's half fish and half man, or men who wear the garbs of a fish in their religious celebrations. So here in the Jewish Encyclopedia, under the heading of Dagon, you will see a picture of the priest of Dagon, or the god himself, and he's wearing a fish head and the body of a fish down his back. So now we see the Pope's headdress. On the top is the Pope's mitre. But when turned, you then see he's actually wearing a fish head, the fish god Dagon, because he's representing the worship of an ancient Phoenician god. So this is why today Christians on the back of their cars, you will see, have a fish symbol. I'm thinking that's to denote them as Christians worshiping Jesus. No, it's a fish symbol because it's denoting Dagon, the fish god. The significance is Dagon was a very important mystical god to the ancient peoples in the Middle East, in Babylonia, Sumeria, Phoenicia, Canaan. And that very powerful mystical god is still dominating the spirit and the intellectual thinking of religion even to today. So it's not Jesus that's influencing the Vatican and the Pope. It's Dagon, the fish god. That's the importance of this. The point being is that religion comes to the world in the age of Pisces. And Pisces is, of course, the two fish of the constellation of Pisces. But Dagon is 5,000 years old. Another one of the symbols I find to be very interesting that's used quite often around the world today, but a lot of people don't know how it's connected to the religions of today, and that is a magic wand. Magic wands, we've heard in stories galore from children from childhood days about magicians who use a magic wand. Well, the magic wand is just what it says it is. It's some sort of a branch of a tree that has been consecrated and made holy by blessings from the priest, and now it has a magical quality that can do things that humans can't do. The Druid priests, they used the wood of a holly tree. They used Hollywood. And that's what we get the term today, Hollywood, and the magic of Hollywood. Today we have Hollywood, we have Mickey Mouse waving a magic wand. On the left side, we also have actual real magic wands as they are made today in Europe. And of course, orchestra leaders and orchestra conductors, they lead the music with a magic wand. And a lot of people haven't thought about that, but that's what it is, a magic wand. So here we have a picture of Moses, where he is conjuring up the spirits in the universe with a magic wand. That's very interesting, Moses with a magic wand. In the ancient Roman Empire, the most important god at the height of Rome's power in the world was a god named Mithra. Mithra was a sun god. And according to the Roman explanation of their god, he was not only a sun god, but he did his miracles with a magic wand. Now here we have Jesus raising Lazarus from the tomb. and you will see that Jesus is using a magic wand. How many Christians know that all throughout Europe and around the world, Christian churches have Jesus working his miracles with magic wands? A lot of people don't know that, so we hear all about the magical things that Jesus was able to do, but here in the actual churches, we see that Jesus is doing his miracles with a magic wand. The importance of this is to point out that people do not realize that in Christianity, the understanding in the ancient world and in the medieval world was that these religious figures like Jesus were doing their miracles with magic wands. But it's actually legitimate, de jure, real magical system of controlling people's minds and directing their spirits and their hearts and being able to direct our civilization through magical symbols, magical words. Another symbol that I find to be very interesting is in Star Trek there was a Mr. Spock. And if you remember, Mr. Spock was always giving a hand sign, and he was said to be a Vulcan. First of all, his hand sign was actually a religious symbol in Judaism, in which it was a blessing to the congregation in Judaism. It's called the Kohen symbol. This symbol is a Jewish blessing symbol. But where did it come from? It comes from the split hoof of a goat. It goes back to the split hoof of a goat because we're talking about the age of Aries, the ram, when the Jews were under the age of the ram or the Lamb of God. And so that's why today we call Jesus the Lamb of God, going back to the constellation of Aries, the ram. Neboy even said that he accepted that sign and used it, but because it was a sign from his rabbi, and he thought it was a very interesting symbol, so he just used it in Star Trek. I'm sure he probably knew the meaning of the sign, but that's where he said he got it from. Another subject which is interesting and very relevant today is a symbol called the fasci, or the fasces. On the back of an American dime, you will see a bundle of sticks tied together, and it has an axe head with it. That is called a fasci, and that's an ancient Etruscan symbol that was adopted by the Roman Empire to symbolize Rome's power. It's an old ancient Etruscan symbol, but it's very important to the Roman Empire. Rome said, ancient Rome's philosophy was, if it's just one stick, and you can beat somebody with a stick, but it's not going to hurt them really. But if you got 2 or 3 sticks, now it's going to be a little bit heavier deal. But if you get 5 or 6 sticks and tie them together as one, now you've got serious strength. Now when you beat somebody with 6 or 8 sticks tied together, that's serious. And so then they put a hatchet head on it because an axe head always represented in almost all the ancient cultures of the world accepted that the axe head represented the presence of God. God was the great hatchet. He's giving you the axe. And so the hatchet head represented God, and the bundle of sticks represented a coalition of troops. So when Rome would go into to another country to overtake it, they would take troops from this group and troops from that group and put them all together. Now you've got a strong force. It's not just Romans. It's all kinds of other countries are with you. And so that's what we hear today when we hear the presidents talking about during the Middle East. They have a coalition of countries, not just America. We have other countries with us. It's a coalition. Coalition is another name for fasci, which is a symbol for world fascism, when you can get all the countries together and have them all doing the same thing, all of the countries marching to the same tune. Now you've got a strong military force. the fasci was usually carried officially behind Caesar. He would be in the front of the parade or whatever, and there would be what is called lectors behind him, and they would be holding the fasci, symbolizing Caesar's power over life and death. He is the man. He's the boss. And so the lectors would be standing on both sides of Caesar on the altars when Caesar was speaking, holding those fasci, so that the Roman people know he has the right to life and death. So here you'll see in World War II, with Mussolini on the left, and his symbol for his government, a fasci. Well, of course, he's Italian, and that goes back to the Roman Empire. And so here we have a Nazi, as you'll see, the swastika and the Nazi eagle, like the American bald eagle. But you'll see the two fascis on each side of the swastika. This is because Germany was in league with Italy during the Second World War. Mussolini had in mind to do the same thing Adolf Hitler wanted to do, was to create a new world order. And so Mussolini saw that new world order as being Catholic, as to be Roman, while Germany saw it to be German and not Italian. But the two together, I suppose they figured they'll work that out once they take over the world. Well, Mussolini actually, according to history books, actually thought of himself as Caesar. He saw himself in his position of power at the time of the Second World War as Caesar of the ancient Roman Empire, and therefore it would be right that he would pick the symbol that Caesar used to show his power. And so that's why the fasci became so fashionable in Italy. But the two fascis you will also see on the wall behind where the Speaker of the House sits when the President's making a speech. The United States has secret societies in their government, and behind the government are very powerful secret societies that see itself. These societies see themselves as the promoters and to generate a new world order. All countries copy each other. The fascists copied the Etruscans, the Romans copied the Greeks, and the Greeks copied the Egyptians, and that's just the way humans are. As much as we change, the more we stay the same. We're all still adopting the same symbols that we adopted under the Egyptian Empire. We're still using those symbols today, pyramids. Let's talk about the pyramid. And we all recognize that there's three beautiful pyramids on what is called the Giza Plateau in Egypt. But my question is, there's only one of the three of those pyramids is referred to as the Great Pyramid. First of all, you need to know that the pyramid that's directly behind the Sphinx is not the Great Pyramid. It is a Great Pyramid in Egypt, but it is not the Great Pyramid. This is the Great Pyramid of Egypt. How many sides does the Great Pyramid have? Well, you would think if there's 4 sides, and then there's the bottom as a side, so it would be 5-sided pyramid. But actually, in point of fact, no, the Great Pyramid is 9 sides. Why? Because on the first day of the spring equinox or the fall equinox, if you're in the right place at the right moment when the sun hits the pyramid, you will see that each side is divided down the middle, but so subtle that when you're there at the pyramid, you don't notice it. But on the first day of spring and autumn, you will see the Great Pyramid is divided down the middle. And so here again is another picture of the pyramid from above on a special day and a special hour when the sun's hitting it just right. And so each side is 2 sides. Therefore, if you got not 4 sides, but 8, plus the bottom side makes 9. So how many people know that the Great Pyramid of Egypt has 9 sides? It's strange, but it seems as that no one really knows why the Egyptians took so much effort to divide each side of the pyramid so perfectly and so brilliantly and such that you would not see it until a particular day at a particular time. We call it the Great Pyramid because there's a lot of important stuff implied in that pyramid. And the other pyramids do not even come close. They don't have anything like what's in that Great Pyramid. That is one act by itself. It's the only one. That's why we today call it the Great Pyramid. The next subject we'd like to look at for a moment is the cornerstone in the Christian religion. Christians will tell you that that in the church of Christianity, Jesus is referred to as the cornerstone of the church. But that's not exactly correct. The actual scripture says that he's not the cornerstone. It says Jesus is the chief cornerstone. A cornerstone is what it's said to be, just a stone at the corner of a building. But wherever you set that cornerstone up, you're going to line all the other stones up with it. So it's the first one that decides where this building is going to be aiming. And so Jesus Christ, the cornerstone. But Jesus is actually referred to as the chief cornerstone. And that's important because there's a totally different understanding of the word chief cornerstone. Chief cornerstone means a triangle placed on top of a pyramid. If you take a perfect, flawless pyramid triangle and you cut off the top, it itself is a pyramid, but it's a tiny one that sits on top of the big one. That tiny little pyramid is called a pyramidion. A pyramidion is a tiny pyramid sitting on top of the big pyramid. That's what the Bible says Jesus is. He is a pyramidion. He's not a cornerstone. He's a chief cornerstone, which is on the top of a pyramid. That was the genius of the ancient Egyptians. And so today, the more we have changed, the more we stay the same. And so we use the same symbols that Caesar used. We use the same symbols that the Babylonians used. It's because mankind is hardwired, so to speak, to realize the importance of very powerful symbols to represent your civilization and who you are, where you come from, and what your destiny is. It's everywhere from religion to governments to military, commerce, banking. Symbols is a way to communicate with the world.
Ancient pyramids, the marveled wonders of the world that have mystified and enchanted people of the modern era since their discovery, found on almost every continent on Earth. These impressive structures command a certain reverence. Yet, are these great works of ancient civilizations purely man-made creations? Or did these structures require technology not of this world? The mystery of the pyramids is one that transcends time, civilization, and culture.
80,000 pyramids in the world now.
So far we thought that the pyramids were the pharaoh's tombs, or there are places to do some ceremonials. This is so wrong.
What secrets do these ancient structures hide? Even with our current understanding of human history, the creation and purpose of many ancient pyramids is as elusive as it is mind-boggling.
It seems to be related very much to do with the idea of an ancient code to be found within the Great Pyramid. It's within the geometry, not just of the pyramid itself, but its relationship to the other two main pyramids of the Giza Plateau.
Nothing was done accidentally. I mean, it was all perfectly engineered.
All the pyramids that we're rediscovering today around the world, no one has addressed what is the stitching element.
Egyptian Great Pyramid of Giza is one of the most recognized pyramids in the world, comprised of 2.3 million individual stone blocks, amounting to 6.2 million tons. Christopher Dunn, an engineer with over 35 years of experience, began researching the Giza pyramids in 1977.
When you start looking at the schematics of the Great Pyramid and the unusual interior design, doesn't represent any kind of structure or building where people would spend any time in at all. And of course, you know, the original tomb theory, there were no mummies found in the Great Pyramid. No original mummies found in any pyramid, for that matter.
They were engineers, they were scientists, they had a lot of skill. There's no way that it was slaves dragging stones on rollers.
Today, children are taught in school it took the enslaved builders 10 to 20 years to complete. Yet to achieve this timeline, one block would have had to have been placed every 1 to 2 minutes. On top of this monumental achievement in construction, the form and position of the pyramid structure is also an intriguing marvel of the ancient world. Contrary to popular belief, the Great Pyramid is not simply a four-sided structure. Experts suggest a closer look at its unique shape may provide some clues as to the true power and relationship to Earth's motion.
Many people don't know this, but in fact it's not a four-sided pyramid. It has a very slight concavity on each side, making it an eight-sided pyramid. Now, the minute you do this, it produces rather bizarre geometry. Produces numbers. Numbers keep popping out. Numbers that shouldn't be there. Things like a universal constant, that has been known for over 100 years. The phi constant, the golden ratio, but we have now strange numbers like Euler's number coming up in the design.
If you take upon yourself the project of building a pyramid and aligning it to true north, south, east, and west, you wouldn't make any error at all. There is an error in the Great Pyramid. It's tiny. It's 3/60ths of a single degree off true north. This is almost eerie precision because the scale of the monument is so huge. This thing is 481 feet high. It has a footprint of 13, slightly more than 13 acres. It weighs 6 million tons. It consists of 2.5 million individual blocks of stone. You're taking that whole gigantic mountain of stone and you are aligning it within just 3/60ths of a single degree of true north. We're not talking about magnetic north, which varies. We're talking about astronomical north, the true north of this planet. It's a very remarkable thing, and that's the north of this planet. Once again, the Great Pyramid is speaking.
Chariots of the Gods author Eric von Daniken suggests that this monumental task was only made possible through the use of advanced technologies given to the Egyptians by visitors from the stars.
The Great Pyramid is one of the miracles of the world. That's why all the questions come up. Who did it? Why? For what purpose exactly? I again suggest they did it for the gods. And the gods, of course, were visitors from outer space. They taught our ancestors in astronomy, in mathematics. The pyramid was constructed by a technology which Enoch had from the extraterrestrials. The planning, the engineering planning came from the extraterrestrials. Some of the tools came from the extraterrestrials. The dirty work was done by us, by the humans.
Matthias De Stefano, who remembers his past lives with clarity, has an alternate point of view on the creation of the pyramids and their potential alien origin.
Pyramids are the ancient technology not only from this planet. In many planets, we used to build these structures because it was a physical way in which we could be connected to the ninth dimensions. The pyramids were organized and built by music, by sound. These structures were built all by vibration and frequency, and there were beings from Sirius helping us to build these realities, but there was no ships to pull up the stones. They were just electromagnetical tools with these magnets, so they could use the water with magnetism to mold the stones and then to light it up to the different levels by always vibration of these tune forks. pyramids around the world are like a big network of computers. All the pyramids in the world are aligned, and what you will find is that the Earth is reflecting the portals of Pleiades, Orion, and Sirius. And the pyramids are aligning themselves so the energy of the sun always can come inside the planet and keep rolling within to activate the whole machine.
Thanks to satellite imagery, pyramidal structures continue to be found all over the world, underground, in jungles, under ice, and even under oceans. Though the Egyptian desert sands are a commonly conjured image when envisioning pyramids, these resilient structures have been discovered on every continent, in every climate on Earth.
They're finding them in Antarctica, all over Serbia. Many, many, many different countries now are coming up with pyramids.
I spend a lot of time in the jungles of Honduras, Guatemala, El Salvador, Belize, and Mexico. I've seen hundreds and hundreds of pyramids, 250 pyramids in China. Then you ask yourself, hey, if the pyramids are not only in Egypt and Mexico, but all over the planet, on all 6 continents, what was their purpose? All pyramids in China, 250 of them, are oriented to the cosmic north. The oldest, the biggest Egyptian pyramids, north.
They do seem to have this connection with each other. I mean, if you look at where they're positioned, it does seem like, this ancient culture were very knowledgeable of Earth energies and working with Earth energies all around the planet. I think the fundamental purpose for harmonizing the planet, it allows you to relieve stresses in the Earth so that it would eliminate the destruction of earthquakes.
In addition to harmonizing the Earth's energy plates and grid, Christopher Dunn offered an additional theory in his book, The Giza Power Plant.
When we look at the Great Pyramid, especially using Chris Dunn's Giza Power Plant hypotheses on how we see it built like a Faraday cage, we see granite, sandstone, limestone. It's a technology, it's a power plant. We see these acting like transmitters for energy. I believe they were experimenting with electromagnetic energy and gravity, much how we're playing around with HAARP now.
The frequencies are generally harmonically coupled, the whole series of pyramids. Because it's using harmonics and it's working with Earth energies, the people in the area are going to be affected by it too, because we resonate with Earth frequencies too.
If the Earth itself has an energetic connection with pyramids, is it possible that humans too are resonating with these structures? What effect might that have on us? Dr. Samir Osmanagic has studied pyramid science for over 30 years and is credited with discovering the Bosnian pyramids, where he claims to have witnessed their healing properties firsthand. Dr. Osmanagic invited Open Minds host Regina Meredith to experience this for herself, deep within the Pyramid of the Sun.
We've had so many people telling us that they feel so good, that if they had asthma, once they got out, asthma basically they can breathe. So what we did, we measured the concentration of negative ions. In the first underground chamber, it is 43,000 negative ions per cubic centimeter.
No wonder we felt so good in there.
It's 200 times healthier than what we have here.
Yeah.
I have for a long while argued that the central concept of the pyramids of Egypt, and I think the case is true all over the world, world was to do with the transformation of human consciousness. Whatever else the Great Pyramid is, it is for sure an instrument that works upon human consciousness.
Nothing in the distant ancient world is ever one thing. It's multi-purpose, multi-dimensional, multifaceted. Many, many things went on because it's a very sophisticated technology. And so yes, power plant. Yes, generate energy. Yes, stabilize the planet. Connect the Earth grid.
They simply need to be ready for the new discoveries. Only then there is hope for us.
It is clear that pyramids were of profound significance to ancient civilizations. Evidence suggests these structures served a variety of purposes, from power stations to portals. By unlocking the secrets of the pyramid, we may open the door to a universe of possibility.
They're topped with an enormous gabled limestone roof. The blocks alleviate the weight pressing down on the roof of the funeral chamber. Without this ingenious system, the ceiling of the king's chamber and the grand gallery would have collapsed. But the granite beams suffered some cracks during construction. To check the extent of
Hello, and welcome to Insider Insights. I'm Emily.
Showing you on the right and calmly total sense in a country where lions once existed. They're such powerful and dangerous animals which were feared but also admired. In ancient Egyptian conception, this power can be protective. It was very common in ancient Egypt that something negative was turned into something positive. Sekhmet was believed to be able to send out illness, but this means that she controls it, and thus she had healing powers. Physicians were often called priests of Sekhmet. So in this statue, we see her not as a goddess ready to attack, but appeased and calmly seated on a throne, though her potential fierce aspect is still very clear from her lion head. The statue is over 83 inches tall, that is over 2 meters. So this is over life size. It is made out of a dark stone, granodiorite. And I'm showing you the statue here in different angles. The view on the right gives you the chance to admire her massive lion head in profile. And you again see how she's very calmly seated on a throne, which is typical for Egyptian deities who are usually beneficial. Her hands are resting on her lap, and her left hand is grasping something. So this is on the viewer's right. It's a little difficult to see. What she's holding is an Ankh sign, the sign of life. And I'm showing you on the right here an Ankh from our collection. The Ankh was a symbol for life, and the fact that many Egyptian deities often hold it in their hands signifies that they have the power to give life. On her head is a sun disk, which can be part of a headdress for several goddesses. But here for Sekhmet, it points to her role as the daughter of the sun god. On her forehead, in front of the sun disk and between her feline ears, is the so-called ureus. This is a protective rearing cobra. It is completely damaged on the left statue, but on the right I'm showing you the top part of the second Sekhmet in our collection, where the ureus is preserved a little better. The cobra's head is missing, but you can see its broad inflated hood. On her lion head, Sekhmet is wearing a human hair wig with strands of hair falling over each shoulder onto her chest. This wig is a very common element for representations of Egyptian female and male deities, and it forms an interesting transition from the animal head to the human body. The Sekhmet statues are really magnificent sculptures. The lion heads have wonderful details. There's the modeling of the flesh with the massive bone structure underneath in a very naturalistic way. But then you have other features that are transformed into more geometric patterns, for example, at her muzzle. She has a broad muzzle, typical for lions, and then there are these parallel curved lines with little tiny dots at the ends. It makes you immediately think of whiskers. But actually these lines do not depict the whiskers themselves, but the whisker spots, these small dark spots where the whiskers emerge. So in the statue, this element is represented in a very stylized way, which builds this wonderful tension to the more naturalistic depictions of other features, such as the modeling of the broad nose and the area above her eyes. We're very fortunate to have 6 Sekhmet statues in our collection, and here are 5 of them. Altogether in museums all over the world and at 2 temple sites in Egypt, there are several hundreds of seated and standing Sekhmet statues. Many have inscriptions that give the name of King Amenhotep III, who had these statues made and who reigned in the 14th century BC. The Sekhmet statues originally probably all derived from his mortuary temple. Suggestions have been made that they were created because the king was in poor health or because Egypt suffered from epidemics at the time, but we don't really know for sure. These statues are clearly meant, though, to invoke Sekhmet's beneficial powers. It has been convincingly demonstrated that they can be seen as a litany in stone that represents rituals to appease the goddess and to free the king from any illness or negative things in general. Altogether, probably more than 700 Sekhmet statues existed, possibly 2 for each day of the year. Together with statues of other deities, these Sekhmet stood at Amenhotep III's vast funerary temple, and they may even have been part of a large sky map meant as an eternal ritual calendar. In any case, the production of these statues was an extraordinary effort to invoke Sekhmet's healing and protective power. Another masterpiece in our collection that is related to healing is this magical stela that was probably used in treatment of patients. One of the dangers in ancient Egypt were snakes and scorpions, which were plentiful, and having been bitten by a poisonous snake must have been a very frightening and dangerous experience. Medical knowledge was actually quite advanced in ancient Egypt, but of course not all ailments can successfully be healed with medicine alone, and magic played an important part in treatments. Before I talk in more detail about the stela, I wanted to show you its home in the museum. You see the piece here on the right of this image. This gallery view also gives you an idea about the size of the piece. The stela is about 33 inches high. That is about 84 centimeters. And in these side and back views, you see that the stela is very densely decorated and inscribed, covering not only the front and the back, but also its sides and its base. There are many small images, small figures in the top areas, and then inscriptions in the lower parts. Here's the front side again with a detail of its top part. From an inscription on the base, we learn that this object was commissioned by a priest called Nes'atum and dedicated to a temple. The stela dates to the 4th century BC, which we know from inscriptions, including one on the top right, which names the king Nectanebo II, who is also depicted here on the top right, kneeling with his arms raised and adoring the rising sun. There are many intriguing figures in this top part of the stela. There are depictions that relate to the travel of the sun god, and images that tell of the destruction of his enemies and of negative forces, and there are many protective deities. The sun god is reborn every morning at sunrise, which is depicted at the very top of the stela. This is the circle in the center, and the sunrise means regeneration and rebirth. The quality of the carving is amazing. This is really a masterpiece. You have to keep the size in mind. The majority of all of these little figures are less than an inch tall, so less than 2.5 centimeters. And the stone, greybacke, is actually quite hard and not that easy to carve. On the statue are several inscriptions that include magical spells against snake bites and scorpion stings. And one long inscription tells the story of how the god Horus became seriously ill as a boy when he was bitten or stung by a poisonous snake or scorpion. His mother, Isis, cried for help, and the sun god stopped his travel across the sky and sent the god Thoth to help Isis. Thoth then recited magical spells that are part of the story and are inscribed on this piece, and he was able to cure the child. We can find several of the figures of the story in the central panel, so let's take a closer look at this. In the center is the frontal depiction of the god Horus as a child. He is nude and has his hair arranged in a side lock, which is a common depiction for children. In his hands, he holds several desert animals, snakes and scorpions, an antelope and a lion, and he's standing on 2 crocodiles. The way Horus grasps these animals and stands on them shows his control over these animals. He has been healed. Above his figure is the head of a Bes image. Bes was a protective deity who, among other things, was thought to ward off negative forces that caused illness. And to both sides of the Bes head is a wedged eye that has additionally a pair of human arms. The wedged eye is a symbol of regeneration that I will come back to. Then there are 3 smaller figures standing on curled snakes. To the left of Horus is a specific form of the sun god, and on the very left is the goddess Isis, the mother of Horus, who had cried for help when he was injured. And on the very right is the god Thoth. He is depicted as a man with the head of an ibis. He has this very long beak. And he's the one who was able to cure Horus in the story written on the stela. All 3 of these small deities stand on curled snakes, expressing their power over them. And in addition, each snake has a little knife in its head. Difficult to see. You might be able to see this at the bottom right. And these snakes clearly show the snakes as being neutralized. To both sides of the scenes are vertical inscriptions that give the words that Isis and Thoth say. They both express that they will protect Horus and any person who is suffering as well.
enormous. Only the king, a god himself, can stand in the presence of the deity unless he delegates his authority to a chosen one. "It is the king who sends me," says the priest. Then the shrine is opened, the god is unveiled. The king had the power over both life and death. The duality of the gods stemmed from an observation gleaned over thousands of years. The universe had both a good side and a bad. It had to be constantly checked and kept in balance. To maintain this delicate equilibrium, the Egyptians sought the help of the gods. Gods born at the beginning of time. According to Egyptian mythology, there was once no heaven or earth, no day or night, no life or death, only primeval darkness and water. Then, in a moment that mirrored the annual flood of the ancient Nile, the waters receded and land emerged, forming the mound of creation. From there, the creator, Ra, the sun god, rose for the first time, casting his radiant light on the world. Ra then created the deities of air and water, and separated the earth from the sky, allowing the rest of creation to unfold. While a myth to explain creation is not unique, the Egyptian version was. To them, creation was not a single, isolated event, but an ongoing cycle of renewal to be repeated daily with the rising of the sun. The myth of creation was embodied in every temple throughout ancient Egypt. Unlike a modern house of worship, Egyptian temples functioned more like machines engineered to keep the cycle of the universe in motion and chaos at bay. Literally called the mansion of the god, each was carefully designed to mirror the cosmos at the moment of creation. Two large towers, called pylons, flanked the entrance. Designed to represent the horizon, they were aligned so that the sun rose between them. To ward off evil, the pylons were decorated with recurring images of the pharaoh overpowering his enemies. Inside, bathed in the life-giving rays of the sun, was the courtyard. This was as far into the temple as ordinary people could go. From there, a ramp led to a semi-lit hall filled with columns shaped like papyrus and lotus plants, representing the marshes which rimmed the edge of the rising mound of creation. Their buds and flowers evoke the fertility of creation about to unfold. Beyond lay the inner sanctum, where the statue of the god was the focus of a sacred ritual. Each morning, just before sunrise, a priest, cleansed for purity and draped in white linen, lights a torch to guide him through the darkness.
In the inner sanctuary, he cleanses the air with incense to awaken the god who resides in a shrine prepared for his earthly visits. The priest identifies himself to the god. Only the king, a god himself, can stand in the presence of the deity unless he delegates his authority to a chosen one. "It is the king who sends me," says the priest. Then the shrine is opened, the god is unveiled. The moment of creation is reenacted once again, as it was in the beginning of time. The appearance of the sun evoked the true meaning and mystery of the universe for the ancient Egyptians, the promise of the continuation of life and the triumph over death. It also marked both the beginning and the end of an epic voyage. Every day, the sun god Ra travels through the sky from east to west in a solar boat on the waters of the celestial Nile. At night, he plunges back into the primeval waters of the abyss and descends into the netherworld, the domain of the dead. The cycle must be completed for Ra to be reborn. But the netherworld is a perilous place. Waiting to consume the god was a host of horrible demons. The worst was a creature named Apep. In the burial chamber of a pharaoh, the keeper of Egyptian antiquities at the British Museum, Vivian Davis, inspects an inscription describing the most dangerous leg of the journey.
This very important scene shows the sun god Ra with his divine attendants on his sacred bark on his journey through the underworld. This is a journey fraught with danger, as he will meet the powerful forces of evil, darkness, and chaos. Most prominent among them, a giant snake, Apepi, who seeks to destroy him. These hieroglyphic spells, however, will ensure that Ra emerges unscathed. This hieroglyph here, depicting Apepi, shows him to have been killed with a knife through his throat. And so, Ra, at the dawning of the day, will arise again, and the dead king will be resurrected with him.
The resurrection of the king, like the renewal of the cosmos, was a concept crucial to the continuation of the world as the Egyptians knew it. The ongoing struggle
principle of life over death and order over chaos would come to dominate the everyday lives of the ancient Egyptians. For help, they looked to their gods as the first line of defense. But in the temples, access to the gods wasn't easy. If the people couldn't go in, the gods would have to come out. In the ancient capital of Thebes on the east bank of the Nile, the great temples at Karnak and Luxor stand testament to the power of the gods. Throughout history, every town and village in Egypt had a local deity. In Thebes, it was the god Amun-Ra. If the town produced a line of pharaohs, the prominence of the god rose. And so it was in Thebes. Beginning in the New Kingdom around 1550 BC, Amun-Ra reigned as the king of all the gods of Egypt. His cult statue resided in the main temple of the state, the magnificent shrine at Karnak, the largest in the world. Several times a year, the statue was escorted out of its sanctuary by a procession of priests to visit other temples. One was a small temple on the west bank of the Nile at Medinet Habu. Peter Dorman of the University of Chicago's Oriental Institute is recording an inscription commemorating a meeting between the pharaoh and the god. The temple was a very special place. The Thebans believed it marked the spot of the original mound of creation, where Amun-Ra and the other primeval gods first came into being.
This is one of the sanctuaries where the statue of the god Amun would have been brought at the culmination of the festival procession in order to receive offerings made to the statue by the king himself. And on the wall of this sanctuary, we have an image of exactly the kind of offerings that would be made. Now, the figures on this relief have been hacked up during the medieval period for superstitious reasons. But aside from the hacking, we can see very clearly the figure of the king on the right and the figure of the god Amun on the left, seated on his throne, and between them an enormous pile of offerings consisting of jars of perfumed oils, cuts of meat, different types of loaves of bread, vegetables. Below, a slaughtered carcass of a cow. The king, of course, is the representative of mankind, and by offering the fruits of the earth to the god, enabled the god to reciprocate by offering important things back to the king, such as eternity as kingship, and the years of eternity upon the throne. And in this fashion, the offering would reconfirm the creation of the world for another year.
The procession of the god was the culmination of a festival, for the Egyptians, a time to celebrate. Borne aloft in a ceremonial boat, the statue of Amun-Ra was carried down the avenue of sphinxes to the temple of Luxor. Too holy an image to be viewed, the statue of Amun-Ra was concealed by a shroud. Along the way, specially built chapels filled with offerings provided rest stops for the god and the priests, while vendors lined the route supplying food to the masses. The procession was one of the few times when an ordinary Egyptian had direct access to such an important god. Communication came in the guise of an oracle. As the procession drew near, a petitioner would dash in front of the boat and call out a simple yes or no question to the god. Will an unpopular foreman be removed from the job? Will a loved one return from a journey safely? Should I buy this cow? A step forward signified yes. A step backward meant no. Oracles were the last word in divine intervention. The kings consulted them on the most important matters of state, war, a foreign expedition, or even the succession. But no one used them to greater advantage than Hatshepsut, the queen who would be king. Hatshepsut was the half-sister and wife of King Thutmose II. When he died, his son, Thutmose III, was too young to rule, so Hatshepsut became the acting ruler. But the ambitious queen had other plans. She donned the trappings of kingship and had herself crowned pharaoh. Stone blocks from the dismantled Red Chapel at Karnak, one of the rest stops of Amun-Ra during processions, document the event.
These blocks show the important gods of Egypt crowning Hatshepsut as king. Interestingly enough, the hieroglyphs that accompany the scenes sometimes refer to her as a woman and sometimes as a man. But the figures always show her as a man. Take this scene here. She's been crowned by the god Amun-Ra with the goddess Hathor in attendance. She's wearing the usual royal attire, in this case, the Atef crown, the royal beard, and the Shendid kilt. But you can see that her body is that of a male. This was very important for her, because the king of Egypt, the ruler of Egypt, always had to be a man.
To sanction this extraordinary move, Hatshepsut seized the moment. During a public outing, the god Amun-Ra stopped before her and pronounced via an oracle that she was the rightful king. Whether by divine intervention or human manipulation, the oracle carried the weight of truth. What was good for the gods was good for Egypt. But in everyday life, faith in the gods and their power would come closer to home.
What are DMT entities? How do they work? Can you become an entity yourself? And how? Many have expanded on the first question, and if you're watching this, you've probably heard of a DMT entity, or you've experienced it for yourself. That said, few have legitimately expanded on how they operate and the many ways you can interact with them. There's more to DMT entities than basking in their archetypal presence. And if you could experience what it's like to become an entity, would you? If you answered yes, then stick around and I'll share my techniques to become a DMT entity. Let me start off by saying that I'm not advocating for DMT use of any kind. It's illegal in most countries, and people have been sent to jail for incredible amounts of time by consuming a substance that's naturally occurring in different species, including in us humans. So treat this more as a metaphysical crash course wading in a topic I'm surprised so few have mentioned or talked about before. However, don't take anything I say at face value. This can all be tested and replicated on your own, as well as tweaked to fit your own technique as you begin to integrate and explore becoming a DMT entity. And I'll include a timestamp above so that way if you want to jump right to the section on how to become a DMT entity, you can. So for the next few minutes, I'll explain as best as I can the inner workings of these interdimensional beings so you can have a metaphorical picture of how these entities operate. And by imagining this, you'll be better equipped to traverse and interact with entities in mind-shattering ways from what I've experienced. First, there's different types of entities. There's low-level entities that mind their own business, mid-level intelligent entities that interact with you, high-level transpersonal entities that have their own domain, and then there's the source of DMT, which is pervasive on every level, but has the most noticeable presence in its own domain. In this video, I'll be talking about domain-centric entities and how to become a domain-centric entity. So, in order to explain how an entity operates, I'll take you on a metaphorical path from a single thought and how it turns into an entity. If you've ever tried mindful meditation, you understand that your thoughts are not your own. They come and go unless you latch onto a thought. And if you combine enough thoughts, you have an idea. If you combine enough ideas, you form a concept. If you hold on to that concept long enough, you begin to identify with it and you develop a framework. You know, I am this, but I am not this. And once enough people identify or interact with the concept, it becomes bigger than themselves. It becomes more powerful, influential, and ultimately transitions from a concept to a system. And you see this journey all the time because it's all around us. Large corporations starting from a single thought late at night in a dorm room, or legal systems evolving, shifting, and growing based on an ever-changing framework, yet it always remains the law. So there's what the system wants to outwardly present itself, and then there's how the system actually functions behind the visage. And DMT entities work the same way. On the surface is how they want you to view them, and most are expressing their true intentions during their encounters. Some are more devious and require some prodding to understand their true will. Unless you're either presented with the chance to experience their knowledge or you're flung into it, you'll view them within their own fractaling domains. And if an entity chooses to show you its knowledge, it usually does so in a way that it involves a further breakdown of your new reality with the suspension or distortion of time and additional spatial dimensions. You're left with clusters of impressions and feelings associated with the experience once it's done. This gives you a glimpse of what the entity knows, but what would it feel like to be the entity itself, and how? If you've ever had an ego death, you've fully integrated back into the Tao and have become one with everything. Fully integrating into a DMT entity is more jarring, typically more systematic, and the feeling is more complex, yet it's just as reassuring and reuniting as any ego death. There's something familiar about the chaos. And there's two ways to become a DMT entity. You can either choose to access your own domain, or become one with an entity you encounter. First, I'll talk about integration with an encountered entity. So why do you meet one entity and not another? Usually this has to do with expressing an emotional pocket or wound that hasn't healed yet. You may or may not consciously realize what's lacking in your own psyche, and if you're lacking love or a certain part of love, you'll come across an entity who represents that void and reassures you just how much you're actually loved. With entities in their own domain, love seems to be a recurring color that powers their operation. They're a function of love. And this is a really important element to remember. So these entities are not just some distant force, but they're an extension of you, and you're an extension of them. As soon as you meet them for the first time, the connection is opened, and you can now access the metaphors of their knowledge at any time through meditation. To experience the reality of their knowledge would require a DMT trip back up to their domain. Let's say you meet an entity for the first time, you had an experience that changed your worldview, only the next time you wanted to become an entity and see how it experienced things. How would you go about doing that? The first thing you need to do is initiate contact and make sure you have a connection. Since you met the entity already, the connection is already there. Next, you need the exact same dose as your first encounter. High doses of DMT are unstable and unpredictable with slightly different amounts, unless you've tapped into the right frequency of the entity. Correct doses help gauge the intensity of the encounter. Otherwise, you'll be jostled around until you reach the peak, instead of the trip being a somewhat steady plateau, which is what you're aiming for. And if you just came down off of a trip after meeting an entity, there's a good chance you'll encounter the same entity again if you trip within the next few minutes. If hours or more have passed, then set a timer to meditate on what you remember about the entity's domain. Around 10 to 15 minutes should be enough. And a more involved way that yields even better results is to use the symbols found within the domain. Most domains contain symbols either on the walls, in the space, or both. These symbols act as a seal or sigil for the domain. Think of the symbols as a phone number. Once you dial the right number, the entity will pick up. Remembering all the symbols found can be daunting, so if you can remember even a few, you'll be surprised at how much easier reconnection is. And if you can't remember the symbols, the next best thing to remember is the entity's face and associating the face with the presence or aura of the entity, remembering how they made you feel. Now, let's say you successfully reconnected with an entity after consuming the proper dose. Because you brought some form of the entity into your reality, you'll already be in a higher standing than before. For whatever reason, entities love getting attention and having their message spread. But is this enough to simply ask an entity if you can experience what it's experiencing? Usually not. And this is where things get tricky. Because if you ask an entity whether or not you can experience what the entity experiences, it would be like asking a tree the same question while sober. It's out of the question. And when you ask an entity, you'll most likely be met with like a hearty chuckle, or a stern no, or some other form of rejection. So at this point, it's important to remember two things. First, this is a visage you're talking to, and second, you already are the entity. Any encounter with an entity is a test of will. On DMT, things happen so fast that going with the flow seems to be the best option. And it is. But instead of a one-way flow with the information presenting itself to you, create a two-way flow or a mirror flow with the knowledge you gained being redirected back at the entity. And this step can take some time to adjust to. It may take several trips, but once you can redirect the information back to the entity, you'll find yourself in an interdimensional headspin before popping into the entity's awareness. And once there, you'll understand unimaginable knowledge, and you'll realize that no entity is just one being, but a collection of systems of information that's presented and packaged in the best way that it knows how. You'll then become one of the many nodes perpetuating the information, and all the information you know stems from a place of love, which is the original thought. By using the mirror flow method, you transition into an entity, but what happens when you stumble upon an empty domain? First off, all techniques stay the same except for mirror flow. Once the connection between you and the empty domain is opened, it remains open. Meditating on symbols you can remember still gives you the best chances, and the correct dose still applies. What's different is what happens once you're back into your own personal domain. The truth is, there's not much you can do in the domain until you're ready to become an entity with its own domain. There's no entity to mirror or readily available information to use. Instead, you're now presented with the task of understanding what this means for you. The knowledge required to inhabit your own space while others visit you is a task very